Good morning, you're watching Sky News Today. I'm Matt Barbett. It is 10 o'clock, our top stories. A win for Putin as the US eases Russian oil sanctions to try to bring down prices. The Treasury Secretary admits Moscow benefiting from the war is not ideal.
It is unfortunate, and we hope that it will be in a micro period that they will benefit.
Reports in the past hour of an explosion at a pro-regime demonstration in the heart of Tehran. In Israel, dozens are injured as a missile gets through defences and hits a village in the north of the country. Also this morning, UK growth flatlines in January against expectations, showing the economy's fragility even before the impact of the war. Drugs, guns, gold bars and teeth, what police discovered as Sky News joined them on a county lines raid. And we look ahead to the one big battle after another at the Oscars and the one for control of a major Hollywood studio. Good morning. More on all of those stories in a moment. But first to breaking news. In the past hour, US Central Command has confirmed that 4 crew members died when an American refueling plane crashed in Iraq yesterday. It's also said that the loss of the aircraft was not due to hostile or friendly fire. Let's bring in our correspondent Sally Lockwood, who is in Dubai for us. Morning to you, Sally. Tell us more about this.
Yeah, hello to you, Matt. This news just in that 4 US service personnel have been killed in this incident in Iraq yesterday. A refueling aircraft went down in western Iraq. 6 crew members were on board, and we're now receiving this news, this confirmation from the US military that 4 of those crew members were killed. Now, previously, there were 7 US personnel who'd lost their lives in this war so far. 6 of those were killed in an incident in Kuwait. 1 died of wounds that they sustained in an attack in Saudi Arabia. And now, of course, this news that 4 more US service personnel have been killed in this aircraft incident yesterday that went down in western Iraq, a refueling aircraft. Now, the circumstances around the incident are still very unclear. However, the loss of the aircraft was apparently not due to any hostile fire or friendly fire. The identities of the service members has not been released yet. We don't expect that to happen until at the earliest tomorrow. But of course, Donald Trump did warn that there would probably be more casualties and American deaths in this war. And it's going to be very interesting to see the American response to this today. His approval ratings are already very low when it comes to American support for this war and their approval in terms of how he's handling it. And this news will not be welcome at all by the American public. I think we can predict that the number of people that they've now lost in this war so far in just 2 weeks has risen to 11.
Also, Sally, just as you were speaking there, we're hearing that in Turkey, the defence ministry there has said a missile fired from Iran was destroyed by NATO defences stationed in the eastern Mediterranean, which shows a couple of things, how far-reaching these attacks can be. And also, this could be seen as an attack on a NATO country, and therefore people will be wondering about Article 5. Look, that's just emerged. We should also talk about this latest missile hitting what looked like a rally in Tehran too.
Yeah, you're right to mention that about Turkey, Matt. That's not the first time that NATO defences have shot down an incoming missile coming in from Iran, and that is a frontier that we are watching extremely closely, of course, because that would have wide-reaching implications if indeed NATO did become involved in this war. But yes, certainly there's been a lot of news coming out of Iran today as well. Large demonstrations in Iran today for Quds Day, which is a day in support of Palestinians. It's an annual event that takes place on the last Friday of Ramadan. It's taken place every year since the 1979 revolution. And we've seen images of large gatherings in the centre of Tehran, pro-regime supporters there burning US and Israeli flags. And then news emerging as well of a large explosion in a square in central Tehran, with a square that was packed with demonstrators who were there for this annual Quds Day event. And the cause of the blast isn't immediately known, but it has come very shortly after Israel warned people to clear the area because it was planning a strike. Now, there's been no immediate reports of casualties or damage, but just judging by the images there, it doesn't look good. It certainly looks like it could have inflicted significant damage. And certainly, if you listen to what Donald Trump's been saying overnight on his Truth Social, he's said that in quite an inflammatory post overnight, he said, watch what happens to these deranged scumbags today, when he was talking about Iran's leadership. It sounds like we could see Israeli and US strikes on Iran intensifying today. And I think it's really important to mention that we are in the holy month of Ramadan. This is such an important time of the year in the Muslim calendar, yet look what has happened to this region in the last 2 weeks. People trying to pray multiple times a day and practice their Ramadan rituals at the same time as enduring conflict on their doorstep. And I think there is a real disconnect between what we're hearing from Washington and what's playing out here in the region. Donald Trump, has also said in a Fox News interview, I think, in the last 24 hours, that these oil tankers are at standstill around the Strait of Hormuz, not far from here. He said that they just need to have some guts and make the passing and make the crossing through the Strait of Hormuz to get the oil flow going again through this region. And I think, there is a real disconnect between what Donald Trump is saying and what is actually happening on the ground, because we've got around 1,000 tankers and commercial ships stranded at standstill around the Gulf at the moment because the Strait of Hormuz is so dangerous and effectively closed. And I think on day 14 of this war, we've seen the updates coming out of the White House in those videos that are depicting this war like some sort of video game, some sort of movie. And I think, for people living here, this is very much their reality right now.
Absolutely, Sally, and certainly hasn't been over quick. As you remind us, day 14, it'll be 2 weeks tomorrow that things started. Thank you very much indeed. And just as Sally was speaking there, another drop on the wires. This from Press TV, Iranian state TV, saying that a woman was killed after that US-Israeli airstrike in the vicinity of that rally in Tehran. Well, Israel has expanded its offensive in Lebanon as well, with more strikes hitting the southern suburbs of Beirut overnight. Earlier in the day, the Israel Defense Forces said it had launched another broad wave of strikes targeting Hezbollah's infrastructure in the city. Israel also announced an extensive wave of strikes on Tehran, with air defences activated over the city. It comes as Iran's new supreme leader has vowed to keep up attacks and avenge those killed in the war. Meanwhile, nearly 60 people have been injured in a missile attack on the village of Zazir in northern Israel. These pictures show residents and rescue teams inspecting the damage from the strikes. A number of homes and vehicles were destroyed, but there are no reports of any deaths there. The US has announced a controversial new strategy in an attempt to end the volatility in the price of oil that 2 weeks of war in Iran has resulted in. For the next 30 days, it will lift some sanctions on Russian oil that were imposed because of a different war, the one in Ukraine, of course. It means that Moscow will be able to sell its oil that is currently stranded at sea. The US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent sat down with Sky's Will Frost yesterday evening ahead of the announcement and explained Washington's thinking.
The Russian barrels are on the water, and it is a quick source of for the Indian refineries. The other way to think about it is those barrels are going to end up in China anyway. But
is it a shame that Russia benefits?
Sorry, again, that it is unfortunate, and we hope that it will be in a micro period that they will benefit.
We will bring you that interview with Scott Bessent that Wilf did in full at 10:30. Before then, let's bring in our Moscow correspondent, Ivor Bennett. Morning to you, Ivor. Look, prior to the sanctions being temporarily lifted, people were already saying Russia was going to be a winner out of this war because of the price of oil going up. And I understand they're making already an extra $150 million per day as a result.
Yeah, that's right, Matt. The longer this war goes on, the longer the crisis goes on, the better it gets for Moscow. This latest development is quite a stunning reversal of policy from the US and a major coup for the Kremlin. We've just had the first reaction from the Kremlin to this news of the US sanctions being lifted. Dmitry Peskov, Vladimir Putin's spokesman, in his daily briefing said in response to a question by Sky News for his reaction, he said, "Our interests here coincide," referring, of course, to US and American interests. And that is exactly, of course, what Moscow wants right now. And it's the exact opposite of what Ukraine and its European allies want. So to begin with, last week the US lifted sanctions temporarily for 30 days for India to buy Russian oil at sea, and now this latest measure has widened it so other countries can buy Russian oil at sea as well. Now, as you heard there, Scott Bessent and the White House is trying to play down the economic benefits for Russia, saying that if there are any benefits, it will be for a micro period only. But I think that is either wishful thinking or a lot of positive spin, or both, because as you say, already Russia's economy has benefited hugely from the crisis and in the Middle East and the disruption to global energy supplies. According to the FT, it's now raking in as much as $150 million a day in extra oil revenues. And that's only going to increase with potentially all these other customers it can sell its oil to as well, not just India and China. And business has begun this morning. Thailand is the first to publicly say that it's prepared to buy Russian oil, so it's entered negotiations already. So I think there will be economic benefits. That in turn helps its continue to wage war against Ukraine, but also there'll be diplomatic benefits too for Russia here. So firstly, symbolically, it brings Russian oil back in from the cold. There is also creates further friction within the transatlantic alliance. Europe is staunchly against the lifting of sanctions, and that position has just been reiterated by Germany. Chancellor Friedrich Merz has just said in the last few moments it is wrong to ease sanctions against Russia. And that kind of friction, those kind of splits between Europe and the US just play into Moscow's hands. And of course, it helps Moscow reiterate its message that the West was wrong all along to try and isolate Russia. It says that the world needs Russia, and this helps it make that point.
Ivor in Moscow for us this morning. Thank you very much indeed. We'll hear the Chancellor and the Energy Secretary are going to meet fuel bosses later on to discuss keeping prices at the pumps fair for consumers. Despite concerns about prices, the Energy Minister, Michael Shanks, insisted the government currently has no worries about supply across the country.
We are also just 12 days into this, and although prices clearly have increased and we absolutely understand the worry that will be for families across the country, we do need to just monitor those prices to see what is exactly happening around the country. And the one thing I would say on top of that is prices are obviously a real worry, but people are also concerned about supply. And I'd just say really clearly, we're monitoring the supply picture both in forecourts and in heating oil, and there are no concerns at all across the country at the moment for supply. So people should continue to fill up in the normal way. There's not a supply issue at all in the UK.
Political correspondent Lucy McDade with the latest from Westminster. Morning to you, Lucy. They say no concerns about supply, but they did have concerns about possible price gouging, didn't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, Matt. As you say, the government saying this morning there is nothing to be worried about in terms of supply, but price gouging most certainly. And of course, as you just had Ivor explaining there, you've got the US announcing that it's lifting sanctions on Russian oil. The government has made categorically clear this morning that it is not looking to do the same. This is a government that wants to look like it is maintaining its focus on the war in Ukraine and supporting Ukraine. As a result, this government needs to look for other ways to protect consumers from the impact of this rising price of oil. As you say, Rachel Reeves this week, she wrote to the Competition and Markets Authority around price gouging and the price of petrol at the pumps. She said it's vital that we ensure that customers, particularly consumers and small businesses, are not hit by undue increases increases in prices at this challenging time. She says she's confident that the CMA will not hesitate to use any powers at its disposal to act strongly against any unacceptable conduct, such as profiteering or exploitation of the situation. And she says, I won't tolerate any company exploiting the current crisis to make excess profits at customers' expense. This meeting that she and Ed Miliband are having at Downing Street this evening comes after a number of meetings that ministers have had this week around this issue. Rachel Reeves, just a couple of days ago, said that decisions will need to be made after these meetings. I think that the feeling is that the government has been taking it very seriously this week. It's conscious to say that it's constantly monitoring the situation. We are only 12 days into this conflict, they say, but they are willing to take some action. I think what a lot of MPs will want to see after tonight is some action. You've got the issue around prices of petrol at the pumps. You've also got the very real problem of customers, I think 1.7 million people around the country who use heating oil. There are a number of rural Labour MPs particularly concerned about the impact this is having on them right now. They've written to the Chancellor, they've had meetings this week, and it's there that they want to see the government take urgent action. And I think this morning particularly we've seen a little bit more movement on that. Michael Shanks to Sky News said that the government is looking at possible crisis funding. So it could be that we see some movement there. Whether or not the government will decide to reverse, to keep the freeze on the fuel duty, we will see. They're coming under a lot of pressure from opposition parties to do that. But I think once this meeting ends tonight, MPs, customers as well, will be looking for more action.
No doubt, Lucy, thank you very much indeed. We're going to return to the US announcement now that it's lifting some sanctions on Russian oil. And even before that, Moscow, as we said earlier, was already benefiting from a surge in the price of oil. Here's our business and economics correspondent, Paul Kelso, to explain how President Vladimir Putin could be the real winner of the conflict in the Middle East.
We've been talking a lot about oil tankers in the context of the Iran war and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. I want to talk about different tankers like this one. This is a Russian tanker. It's the Vostochny Prospect. It says powered by natural gas, but it's carrying Russian crude oil from a Russian Baltic port. Now, we filmed this as it passed Dover on Wednesday. It's part of the Russian Shadow Fleet. It's sanctioned by the UK for helping fund the war in Ukraine, and it illustrates an interesting and for many a troubling consequence of the US-Israeli assault on Iran, and that is Russia maybe winning the oil war. Now, to understand why, we need to look at what happened when Western sanctions were applied to Russian oil following the invasion of Ukraine. Those sanctions cut its potential customers, so it's had to sell its oil, Urals as it's known, at a discount. This chart shows us that discount against Brent crude. That's the global benchmark in blue, Urals is in red. You can see over the last 6 months, while the prices have tracked each other up and down, there's a pretty consistent discount, a gap, $5 to $10 on average. Actually, it widened towards the end of last year and the turn of this, when, among other things, the US put India under pressure to stop buying Russian oil. But since the start of the war, look what happened. As the price spiked of both oils, the gap disappeared completely. In fact, 1 point, Urals passed Brent. All of a sudden, Russian oil, which is plentiful and not restrained by the Strait of Hormuz, is in demand, and that is good for Kremlin revenues, which ultimately fund the war. Now, this shows us the value of Russian daily average crude exports going back to the start of its war on Ukraine. And as sanctions have tightened, it's taken a while, but those revenues have declined, down 18% in 2025. That's despite the volume of oil they're selling remaining pretty constant. But again, let's look at the last couple of weeks. That revenue has risen 17% as the price has soared. Now, we can look at this another way. Last month, we went into the channel to intercept some of those Shadow Fleet tankers. One of them was the Kusai, which we caught up with off Dover. It's 250 metres long with a capacity of 750,000 barrels of crude, which means we can have a go at calculating its changing value during the course of its voyage. Now, we should say we don't know if a price was agreed for this oil or the end customer, but it is illustrative. So when the Kusai loaded at Ust-Luga in the Baltic on February the 2nd, the Urals price was $53 a barrel, making the cargo worth around $40 million. Now, we tracked it from there to Dover by the time we caught up with it on February the 10th, so 8 days later. There'd been a small increase in the Urals price to $56 a barrel. That took the cargo to $42 million. Now the Kusai headed off on the longest part of its journey heading for the Bay of Bengal. And by the time it passes Sri Lanka on March the 9th, the war has begun. Urals has peaked at more than $100 a barrel, and that cargo could be valued at $75 million. Now, it's made its way on from there in the last few days towards Paradeep, its listed end destination. Prices have settled slightly. As of Thursday morning, Urals is around $87 a barrel, and that cargo might be worth $65 million. Now, the Kusai's destination in India also tells us something about who's buying this oil. India and China, largely. The red area is China, the brown India. They've always been Russia's biggest customer, but India particularly has been under pressure. You can see this squeeze as the US demanded it stop buying the oil, until it issued a waiver that gives it a month exemption from sanctions, and that is a boost to New Delhi, which gets the oil, and Moscow, which gets the revenue. China, meanwhile, is using Russia to fill the hole left by Gulf exports. The Middle East accounts for around half of Chinese oil imports, and of course Iran, which was competing with Russia, along with Venezuela in the sanctioned oil market, both much less able to meet demand. Now, it's too early to calculate the long-term benefit to the Kremlin of this oil windfall. We can see the shadow fleet is still moving Russian oil, and having been under huge economic pressure, Vladimir Putin now finds himself able to profit from a crisis of America's making.
Well, Paul joins us now live with some more news on the UK economy, and growth figures were released this morning. Don't make necessarily, Paul, for happy reading.
No, we've got the latest GDP figures for January. We have to remember we're talking there at length about the impact on the oil market, what might be happening with inflation coming down the track as a result of this conflict. This is a rear view look at what was going on in January, and tells us something about the state of the economy and its preparedness for what could be a shock and an inflationary shock, although we don't know yet, of course, how that will play out. But in January, if we look at the figures, we tend to use a 3-month rolling average because it gives us perhaps a better sense of the trends, and the economy grew by 0.2% over the 3 months to January. That's the red bar right of screen as people look. That's a little bit more than in December. Again, it's a 3-month average. Actually, November was in negative territory but has been revised upwards to zero in these figures. So if we look in a bit more closely at the monthly figures, it is that's pretty tepid growth as it is, but it's less rosy. In January itself, growth was zero, and growth has been contracting November and December. So just looked at on a monthly basis, no growth at all, which is not good news for the Chancellor. Overall, there's a bit of growth. It was as expected on that 3-month trend. Services and manufacturing driving it upwards. A worrying trend continues, though, in construction, down around 2% again in the 3 months to January. There is clearly a challenge in the construction trade and the house building trade in meeting demand. So this shows perhaps a soft economy, one that might be vulnerable. Now, the Chancellor has commented this morning. It's a familiar theme to her comments. She said, "Our economic plan is the right one, but I know there is more to do. In an uncertain world, we're building a stronger and more secure economy by cutting the cost of living, cutting national debt, and creating the conditions for growth to make all parts of the country better off." Now, she's going to try and make good on those words and do something about it, use at least the power of her office to try and keep a lid on some prices today. She's got petrol retailers going into number 11 Downing Street. She'll be there along with Ed Miliband. She says she won't stand for profiteering out of war. This, of course, at a time that the government's policy remains to start restoring fuel duty, a 5p deduction in fuel duty in September. It's frozen for now, but clearly there'll be political pressure around that. They had energy companies in. Ed Miliband had them in for a discussion yesterday. Again, he wants to see what we've done to keep down prices. Many would say that the government's own policies are keeping energy costs elevated. We have the highest electricity prices for domestic consumers, second highest in Europe, and the highest industrial prices. So there is great pressure already on prices as a result of energy, and any inflationary impact through oil, and particularly gas, that flows from the conflict in the Gulf, that's just going to put the UK under greater pressure and ultimately more questions for the politicians at the Treasury.
Yeah, well, especially as the price of our electricity generation is so closely tied to the price of gas, of course, Paul. Thank you very much indeed. And do join us for our live Iran war Q&A. That's coming up at 11:30. with these two colleagues of mine, our Defence and Security Deborah Haynes, alongside our business and economics correspondent Ed Conway, and they'll be answering your questions for half an hour on the Iran war, and particular focus, I think, on the Strait of Hormuz, coming up at 11:30. Some more breaking news to bring you now. This comes from Antonio Guterres from the United Nations, saying he's just landed in Beirut for a visit of solidarity with the people of Lebanon. He continues, they did not choose this war. They were dragged into it. The UN and I, he says, will spare no effort in striving for the peaceful future that Lebanon and this region so richly deserve. That coming from the Secretary-General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres. You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up after the break, we'll be taking a closer look and going out with the police who are tackling county lines crime across the UK. For joining us. Do you think they do have a plan, as Scott Bessent seemed to say to Wilf there?
Good morning. Thanks for having me on. Look, I think these strikes by Washington and sort of the plan that the secretary was articulating, the idea right now is to accelerate the degradation of Iran's military capabilities. They continue to go down that path. Particularly the infrastructure and, right now the naval assets. I think the challenge that they're facing, and I'm not sure how much that was fleshed out in their scenario planning, is Iran's strategy is not necessarily conventional parity, right? Even with major installations being hit right now, Iran still relies heavily on asymmetric tactics, whether it's the mines that we're starting to see now, drones, even when we think about Iran's Navy assets, right? It has a Navy, and then it has a besiege naval force, right? With speedboats that are strapped with various types of bomb materials. And then obviously they have the proxy forces. So tactically, the US obviously is making progress. There is a plan. But strategically, Iran has raised the cost, and we're now starting to see the raise of the cost globally because of the economic impact with the shipping lanes being delayed and mining of the Strait of Hormuz.
But you don't need to be a military expert to know that the Strait of Hormuz was always going to be a pinch point if the US and Israel launched this kind of action. I mean, that was blindingly obvious that Iran would play its ace card of holding the world economically to ransom via that route.
Yeah, I think that the concern was I think in their scenario planning, no one assumed that the regime was going to double down the way it's doubled down. And similarly, the proxies getting involved, right? You obviously have the Strait of Hormuz, but you also have the Red Sea that is equally important, that's pinching the entire global economy. I also think that in many of the scenario planning, they thought that with all the various layers of the regime being taken out and assassinated, and all of these military units being obliterated, that Iran would slow down, that the people would come out. I think there was a misconception of, how much they would be willing to double down and how much of an intense crackdown the security forces have had internally inside Iran. People right now are scared to go out onto the streets. They're more concerned about the siege units than they are about the bombs flying over their head right now.
If there's one thing, Naga, that's been consistent about Donald Trump's messaging when it comes to war, it's certainly that he doesn't like to see people being killed, certainly innocent people, whether it's in Gaza, in Ukraine, or possibly now. We heard from UNICEF yesterday that 1,100 children at least have been injured or killed since the fighting began 2 weeks ago. That includes 200 in Iran alone. And others elsewhere, Kuwait, Israel, Lebanon, of course. Do you think that means he's more likely to be looking for an off-ramp right now?
I think he's definitely looking for an off-ramp. He's always looking for an off-ramp. He definitely wants to find a quick win. He's, at the end of the day, more of a businessman style negotiating than he is, the strategic politician and playing according to the diplomatic playbooks. The problem is as this continues to progress, finding that off-ramp is going to be very complicated. And you're kind of seeing essentially like what's play of chicken between Iran and US and Israel right now. I think, the fact that the Iranians have doubled down, the way they've doubled down has thrown people for, the various sort of national security experts around the president for a loop. So I think, trying to find that off-ramp, we have a very short window before this becomes a prolonged war.
Yes, well, we're 14 days in now. It'll be 2 weeks tomorrow. Look, final question. You mentioned playing chicken there. I mean, people are keen to point to that taco Trump thing. Trump always chickens out. I mean, do you think that's likely to happen, especially if gas prices in the US and the rest of the world are going up?
I think economics speak louder than a lot of these words and a lot of these attacks. I think, just focusing on U.S. domestic politics, we're leading into the U.S. midterms. These are going to be influential U.S. midterms. So yes, I think if this is going to have an impact on the pocketbooks of your average American, because it's not just the oil, right? We're hearing also that this is going to have impact on the agricultural market as well, which means it's going to be driving prices up across all markets. And so, yes, I do think President Trump will try to continue. And I think what we're seeing is a lot more aggressive attacks to see if they can convince the security forces to put their arms down and put them in a weaker state so that when they do go to the negotiating table, the U.S. is not going to have to concede more than it needs to in order to find that off ramp and walk away from this. So I think we're going to see quite a bit of movement over the next few weeks. It's just a matter, I think, of timing. But it's, to your point, it is absolutely horrific to see how many people have died, especially children. And that has an impact on even the Iranian civilians inside Iran and what it means in terms of US's ambitions. So we'll have to see.
Absolutely. Nega Anga, appreciate you joining us on Sky News this morning. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Coming up in a moment, we are going to look ahead to the weekend because it is a big one for film, the Oscars on Sunday.
Mayhem in the Middle East, rippling in America's West.
Get back! Get back!
The resolve of these protesters is now being seriously tested. I saw police being forced or pushing young men and women to the ground as they made almost 100 arrests.
None of this is a peaceful protest.
I'm Martha Kellner and I'm Sky's US correspondent based here in Los Angeles. How are you feeling?
I am angry.
It is an anti-woman agenda.
Will the cold affect your voters?
Well, we have a lot of tremendous support, but it's nasty out there.
Anybody else?
Should the Defence Secretary and the Vice...
Wait, what country are you
from? The UK.
Okay, we don't give a crap about your opinion and your reporting. Why don't you go back to your country where you have a major migrant problem?
President Biden, do you trust President Xi? President Biden says that this meeting went well. He said real progress was made on a whole host of issues. Will your candidates win?
I hope so. I think they will. I think they're great candidates.
There's no doubt that Kamala Harris and her team are harnessing the power of social media. Do you think Kamala is brat?
Kamala's brat.
Were you scared?
Yeah, we were scared. It was terrible. Strong wind, building tearing down.
As them say, our God works, so we can't do nothing.
The people here know that worse storms may well be on their way. Sky News, get the full story first. Free wherever you get your news. Ghislaine Maxwell has pleaded not guilty to all 6 charges against her. Mum, how are you feeling today?
Jeffrey said, you answer to Ghislaine, you just don't cross her.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story. I'm ready. Are you? Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
Some new picture to show you now from Tehran that was taken yesterday as a protest was happening. You can see an explosion there just on the horizon as this protest continues. You might just be able to hear them chanting. They're chanting death to Israel, death to infidels. God is great. Today is, of course, could stay the last Friday of Ramadan as well. We're going to shift focus now. We're going to focus on Hollywood. Good morning. US Central Command has confirmed that 4 crew members died when an American refueling plane crashed in Iraq yesterday. It has also said that the loss of the aircraft was not due to hostile or friendly fire. Sky's Sally Lockwood has this update from Dubai.
4 US service personnel have been killed in this incident in Iraq yesterday. A refueling aircraft went down in western Iraq. 6 crew members were on board, and we're now receiving this news, this confirmation from the US military that 4 of those crew members were killed. Now, previously, there were 7 US personnel who'd lost their lives in this war so far. 6 of those were killed in an incident in Kuwait. 1 died of wounds that they sustained in an attack in Saudi Arabia. And now, of course, this news that 4 more US service personnel have been killed in this aircraft incident yesterday that went down in western Iraq, a refueling aircraft. Now, the circumstances around the incident are still very unclear. However, the loss of the aircraft was apparently not due to any hostile fire or friendly fire. The identities of the service members has not been released yet. We don't expect that to happen until at the earliest tomorrow. But of course, Donald Trump did warn that there would probably be more casualties and American deaths in this war. And it's going to be very interesting to see the American response to this today. His approval ratings are already very low when it comes to American support for this war and their approval in terms of how he's handling it. And this news will not be welcome at all by the American public. I think we can predict that the number of people that they've now lost in this war so far in just 2 weeks has risen to 11.
Also, Sally, just as you were speaking there, we're hearing that in Turkey, the defence ministry there has said a missile fired from Iran was destroyed by NATO defences stationed in the eastern Mediterranean, which shows a couple of things, how far-reaching these attacks can be. And also, this could be seen as an attack on a NATO country, and therefore people will be wondering about Article 5. Look, that's just emerged. We should also talk about this latest missile hitting what looked like a rally in Tehran too.
Yeah, you're right to mention that about Turkey, Matt. That's not the first time that NATO defences have shot down an incoming missile coming in from Iran, and that is a frontier that we are watching extremely closely, of course, because that would have wide-reaching implications if indeed NATO did become involved in this war. But yes, certainly there's been a lot of news coming out of Iran today as well. Large demonstrations in Iran today for Quds Day, which is a day in support of Palestinians. It's an annual event that takes place on the last Friday of Ramadan. It's taken place every year since the 1979 revolution. And we've seen images of large gatherings in the centre of Tehran, pro-regime supporters there burning US and Israeli flags, and then news emerging as well of a large explosion in a square in central Tehran, with a square that was packed with demonstrators who were there for this annual Quds Day event. And the cause of the blast isn't immediately known, but it has come very shortly after Israel warned people to clear the area because it was planning a strike. And certainly, if you listen to what Donald Trump's been saying overnight on his Truth Social, he's said that in quite an inflammatory post overnight, he said, watch what happens to these deranged scumbags today, when he was talking about Iran's leadership. It sounds like we could see Israeli and US strikes on Iran intensifying today.
Some breaking news to bring you now. The Prime Minister Keir Starmer has said that RAF Typhoons last night extended their operations to Bahrain in the Gulf, as well as the other states they've been helping to protect. He's also shared that 67,000 British nationals have now returned back to the UK from the region. These happened, or he made these remarks at a plenary session at the UK-Ireland Summit. We're also going to bring you pictures when we get them of President Zelensky of Ukraine, who's heading to Paris today. Here we go. Heading to Paris today to meet President Macron of France as well. A stark reminder, of course, that the fighting in Ukraine still continuing at the same time too. Let's take you through the other latest developments as well in the Middle East this morning. Israel has expanded its offensive in Lebanon with more strikes hitting the southern suburbs of Beirut overnight. Earlier in the day, the Israel Defense Forces said it had launched another broad wave of strikes, saying they were targeting Hezbollah infrastructure in Beirut. Israel also announced an extensive wave of strikes on Tehran with air defences activated over the city. It comes as Iran's new supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, has vowed to keep up attacks and avenge those who are killed in the war. Almost 60 people have been injured in a missile attack on the village of Zazir in northern Israel. These pictures show residents and rescue teams inspecting the damage from the strikes. A number of homes and vehicles were destroyed. There are no reports of any deaths. The US has announced a controversial new strategy in an attempt to end the volatility in the price of oil that nearly 2 weeks of war in Iran has caused. For the next 30 days, it's going to lift some sanctions on Russian oil that were imposed because of that war in Ukraine. It means Moscow will be able to sell its oil that is currently stranded at sea. The US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent sat down with Sky's Wilfred Frost yesterday ahead of the announcement and explained Washington's thinking.
The Russian barrels are on the water, and it is a quick source of for the Indian refineries. The other way to think about it is those barrels are going to end up in China anyway.
But is it a shame that Russia benefits?
Sorry, again, that it is unfortunate, and we hope that it will be in a micro period that they will benefit.
Let's bring in our Moscow correspondent, Ivor Bennett. Ivor, I wonder how this is going to go down in both Moscow and in Kyiv as well.
Yeah, that's right, Matt. For Russia, the longer this crisis in the Middle East goes on, it just gets better and better. With this latest development, lifting the US sanctions, that is a remarkable reversal for the Trump administration and a very big win for the Kremlin. We've just had the first reaction from the Kremlin on this news. Spokesman Dmitry Peskov told Sky News, "Our interests here coincide," and that is exactly, of course, what Moscow wants. Have a listen.
In this case, we see the actions of the United States in an attempt to stabilize energy markets. In this regard, our interests coincide. We have heard statements from US representatives that this was done exclusively for the oil that had already been loaded before March 12th. But there was a statement that in general the United States does not plan to lift any oil sanctions against the Russian Federation. At this moment, our interests coincide. This is how we see it. But we believe that the situation is fraught with a growing crisis in the energy sector globally. Such measures will in some way contribute to market stabilization, of course, because without significant volumes of Russian oil, market stabilization is impossible.
Now, the US has sought to play down any significance in terms of economic benefits to Russia. You heard Scott Bessent there use the phrase micro period in terms of how long Russia will benefit from this economically speaking. It's short term, just 30 days. But I think that's positive spin from Washington, because already we've seen Russia's economy receive a major boost from this crisis and disruption to the global energy supplies. Reports are that it's raking in an extra $150 million a day from its oil revenues due to the spike in demand from countries like China and India. And this measure, lifting sanctions on Russian oil already at sea, means that there's a lot more customers it can potentially sell to as well. And already business has begun on that front, with Thailand the first to publicly announce that it's going to consider, or that it's ready, to buy Russian oil. Negotiations there have begun. And all of this money, of course, flows into the Russian economy, helping it to continue to wage war on Ukraine. So there are economic benefits, but also diplomatic ones too. So symbolically, it brings Russian oil back in from the cold. It creates rifts, further rifts on the transatlantic alliance. That plays into Russia's hands because Europe's dead against this. And it allows Moscow to reinforce its message that the West was wrong all along to isolate Russia. You heard there from Dmitry Peskov, him saying that the world needs Russia. That's its message. is presenting itself right now as the global market saviour.
Ivor, thanks so much. Donald Trump has, as he often does, posted to his Truth social network with some more reaction to what is happening in Iran. Look, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but he says we are totally destroying the terrorist regime of Iran, militarily, economically and otherwise. Yet if you read the failing New York Times, he calls it, you would incorrectly think that we are not winning. Iran's navy is gone. The Air Force is no longer. Missiles, drones and everything else are being decimated. Let me just sum up. He says he's going to hit them very hard over the next week, but you think that would have been happening 2 weeks in already. And I think we can just see the time there. At 4:33 a.m. is when that was posted. So either he's written it and got it posted later, or he's up very early indeed, posting this to criticise the New York Times and assert what he thinks is happening, as he says there, the 47th President of the United States. Back here, the Chancellor and the Energy Secretary are meeting fuel bosses to discuss keeping prices at the pumps fair for consumers who still buy petrol and diesel. Despite concerns about prices, the Energy Minister, Michael Shanks, insisted the government currently has no worries about supplies across the UK.
Although prices clearly have increased and we absolutely understand the worry that will be for families across the country, we do need to just monitor those prices to see what is exactly happening around the country. And the one thing I would say on top of that is prices are obviously a real worry, but people are also concerned about supply. And I just say really clearly, we're monitoring the supply picture both in forecourts and in heating oil, and there are no concerns at all across the country at the moment for supply. So people should continue to fill up in the normal way. There's not a supply issue at all in the UK.
Here now is our political correspondent Lucy McDay with the latest in Westminster. Lucy, plenty of people will be worried about the situation in the wider region, innocent people being killed, people having to flee their homes and the rest of it. But back here, perhaps secondary but pretty important, is the money in their pockets, and they'll be keenly listening to what the government has to say about that.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when the government says that its main priority is tackling the cost of living crisis, and the fact that the government has been championing, around £150 off energy bills with this new price cap coming in. So what the government has said today is that it won't be following the US in temporarily relieving those sanctions on Russian oil. As a result, they need to find other ways to protect consumers. The government says that it really wants to maintain the focus on the war in Ukraine, resources, but also in its rhetoric. So what the Chancellor has been doing is warning petrol bosses against profiteering from this conflict. She's going to meet them in Downing Street later today. She's also written to the Competition and Markets Authorities saying that they should use all the powers at their disposal. She said in a letter, it's vital that we ensure customers, particularly consumers and small businesses, are not hit by undue increases in prices at this challenging time. I'm confident that you, the CMA, will not hesitate to use any powers at its disposal to act strongly against any unacceptable conduct, such as profiteering or exploitation of the situation. And she says, I will not tolerate any company exploiting the current crisis to make excess profits at customers' expense. Labour is under increasing pressure from all opposition parties, actually, Reform, Liberal Democrats and the Conservatives, to scrap the planned hike in fuel duty that comes in September. At the moment, the government is reluctant to make a final decision on that, but Keir Starmer has said that it is looking at all options. I think for ministers at the moment, the priority is looking at customers that use heating oil. We've heard this morning that they are looking at possible crisis funding, so I think more to come on that.
Lucy, thank you very much indeed. We're going to return to Paris now, just to show you the latest pictures there as Ukraine's President Zelensky arrives for a meeting with France's President Macron. Warm welcome there, hug and a kiss on the cheek of the two gentlemen reigning in Paris as they enter the Élysée Palace to continue their discussions on that other war that is also dominating the situation right now. Let's return to the US announcement that it is lifting some sanctions on Russian oil, at least temporarily. And even before that, Moscow is already benefiting from a surge in the price of a barrel. Here's our business and economics correspondent, Paul Kelso, to explain how President Putin could be the real winner of the conflict in the Middle East.
We've been talking a lot about oil tankers in the context of the Iran war and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. I want to talk about different tankers, tankers like this one. This is a Russian tanker. It's the Vostochny Prospect. It says powered by natural gas, but it's carrying Russian crude oil from a Russian Baltic port. Now, we filmed this as it passed Dover on Wednesday. It's part of the Russian Shadow Fleet. It's sanctioned by the UK for helping fund the war in Ukraine, and it illustrates an interesting and for many a troubling consequence of the US-Israeli assault on Iran, and that is Russia maybe winning the oil war. Now, to understand why, we need to look at what happened when Western sanctions were applied to Russian oil following the invasion of Ukraine. Those sanctions cut its potential customers, so it's had to sell its oil, Urals as it's known, at a discount. This chart shows us that discount against Brent crude. That's the global benchmark in blue, Urals is in red. You can see over the last 6 months, while the prices have tracked each other up and down, there's a pretty consistent discount, a gap, $5 to $10 on average. Actually, it widened towards the end of last year and the turn of this, when, among other things, the US put India under pressure to stop buying Russian oil. But since the start of the war, look what happened. As the price spiked of both oils, the gap disappeared completely. In fact, at one point, Urals passed Brent. All of a sudden, Russian oil, which is plentiful and not restrained by the Strait of Hormuz, is in demand, and that is good for Kremlin revenues, which ultimately fund the war. Now, this shows us the value of Russian daily average crude exports going back to the start of its war on Ukraine. And as sanctions have tightened, it's taken a while, but those revenues have declined, down 18% in 2025. That's despite the volume of oil they're selling remaining pretty constant. But again, let's look at the last couple of weeks. That revenue has risen 17% as the price has soared. Now, we can look at this another way. Last month, we went into the channel to intercept some of those shadow fleet tankers. One of them was the Kusai, which we caught up with off Dover. It's 250 metres long with a capacity of 750,000 barrels of crude, which means we can have a go at calculating its changing value during the course of its voyage. Now, we should say we don't know if a price was agreed for this oil or the end customer, but it is illustrative. So when the Kusai loaded at Ust-Luga in the Baltic on February the 2nd, the Urals price was $53 a barrel, making the cargo worth around $40 million. Now, we tracked it from there to Dover by the time we caught up with it on February the 10th, so 8 days later. There'd been a small increase in the Urals price to $56 a barrel. That took the cargo to $42 million. Now the Kusai headed off on the longest part of its journey, heading for the Bay of Bengal. And by the time it passes Sri Lanka on March the 9th, the war has begun. Urals has peaked at more than $100 a barrel, and that cargo could be valued at $75 million. Now, it's made its way on from there in the last few days towards Paradeep, its listed end destination. Prices have settled slightly. As of Thursday morning, Urals is around $87 a barrel, and that cargo might be worth $65 million. Now, the Kusai's destination in India also tells us something about who's buying this oil. India and China, largely. The red area is China, the brown, India. They've always been Russia's biggest customer, but India particularly has been under pressure. You can see this squeeze as the US demanded it stop buying the oil, until it issued a waiver that gives it a month exemption from sanctions, and that is a boost to New Delhi, which gets the oil, and Moscow, which gets the revenue. China, meanwhile, is using Russia to fill the hole left by Gulf exports. The Middle East accounts for around half of Chinese oil imports, and of course Iran, which was competing with Russia, along with Venezuela in the sanctioned oil market, both much less able to meet demand. Now, it's too early to calculate the long-term benefit to the Kremlin of this oil windfall. We can see the shadow fleet is still moving Russian oil, and having been under huge economic pressure, Vladimir Putin now finds himself able to profit from a crisis of America's making.
That's Paul Kelso. You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, Jason Farrell, our home editor, goes out with the police as they try to tackle county lines crime. More than 2,000 people have been arrested in the past few days as police step up their efforts to disrupt criminal drug networks that are known as county lines. But the nationwide crackdown also highlighted how the gangs exploit the vulnerable. Nearly 10% of those who were arrested are children. Our home editor, Jason Farrell, joined police on a raid.
Officers in Hampshire
are you happy with what we are doing?
Up early to tackle a big problem.
So what's happening here in Aldershot is being replicated in police forces across the country, an intensified effort to crack down on organised criminal networks. So what we have on the ground here is called the Enforcer, otherwise known as the Big Red Key, a not so gentle way of entering a property.
Behind this door, a local drug user is allegedly helping a gang from London to prepare and distribute drugs from her home. There are roughly 24 known county lines in Hampshire, phone numbers gangs use to distribute drugs, often exploiting the most vulnerable into their network.
It's normally younger children, sort of in their early teens, late teens, who have been exploited by organised individuals to do their work for them and reap the rewards of that.
Happening. Hang on.
Police were hopeful more gang members would be here and get wind someone has fled a property nearby. Ultimately, just the woman is arrested. And it's time for the next member of the team to join the operation. His name is Major. He sniffs out the residue of Class A drugs amid the stench of weed and cat faeces. Officers also discover the driving licence of a London-based Iranian, sprinkled with white powder. There's a machete,
probably from World War II,
a bayonet and a gun. Hampshire police will share their findings with teams in London.
This is kind of the end part of it, rather than the people higher up that chain. Equally, what we gather here, yes, it's not the top people, but it all feeds into that investigation that they wouldn't necessarily have otherwise.
Lucy, not her real name, used to be a link from London running drugs into Hampshire from the age of 12.
I feel like I was very naive.
And you were in a relationship with one of these guys?
Yeah.
And how old were you? Because he got you pregnant, didn't he?
I was 13.
13 years old?
Yeah.
How do you feel about that now?
It just breaks my heart, really.
The week of police action across the country led to over 2,000 arrests, not everyone coming willingly. Around 800 children were safeguarded, with more than 300 lines being closed. But we've known about this problem for a decade. Are we any closer to beating it?
Well, in terms of the impact over the years, county lines remains a serious problem affecting our communities, but we are seeing some encouraging trends. We're seeing the age at which children are involved in county lines go gradually up, which is welcomed. So levels of violence associated with county lines is down.
With these lines disrupted, more will open. It's a cycle of addiction and violence that is tough to break. Jason Farrell, Sky News.
Coming up in a moment, a special Q&A on the war in Iran from our security and defence editor Deborah Haynes, alongside our economics and data editor Ed Conway. You're watching Sky News. Now, perhaps inevitably, the war with Iran has turned to oil and the global economy. Well, now we have a special programme on the impact of the attacks on ships in the Strait of Hormuz. For the next half hour, our Security and Defence editor, Deborah Haynes, and our Economics and Data editor, Head Conway, will be answering your questions. Over to you two.
Thanks, Matt. I'm Ed Conway. This is Deborah Haynes. And over the next half hour, we will be answering your questions on the Iran war, how attacks on ships in the Strait of Hormuz are impacting the global economy. And this is a slightly unusual format. We don't normally do this. If you have any questions, go to our live blog and you can ask them there. You can ask us on any social media channels as well, on X, and we will try and get through as many as possible. But just first of all, Deb, I mean, this is day 14, so it's kind of basically 2 weeks now. An extraordinary 2 weeks. Can you just give us a sense of like where we are right now before we get to the first question?
Well, if you listen to Donald Trump, he would say that they are winning. And it's certainly true that the Americans and the Israelis have launched an extraordinary barrage of missiles and strikes against Iranian targets. They've killed the supreme leader. There's a new supreme leader now in place. But the Iranians have, and this had been anticipated, launched strikes back against the whole of the Gulf region, even as far as the British bases in Cyprus, and as well targeting shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. So can you just give us a sense of what the economic impact of all this has been?
I mean, so for a lot of economists and people, kind of analysts, and I know many people you talk to, there are lots of scary things that they're kind of looking at on their radar. But near the very top of it was a closure of the Strait of Hormuz. And a closure of the Strait of Hormuz for days was something that would have scared people. A closure for weeks, which is, I guess, what we're at now, is the prospect would terrify people before this has happened. And now it's actually happening. And so I think that's what we're kind of reckoning with, is the question of just how much the long-term consequences are going to swamp the global economy. And we just don't know at the moment. And I think that's what makes this quite a baffling period. I know, I and many of my kind of lives have been saying so much just depends on how long this goes on for. And I kind of imagine it's very much the same from a kind of defence standpoint. Let's go to questions first of all. And actually, there is a question that's literally just come in from Terry P. And this underlining the fact, if you get a question in quickly, then we will be able to answer it almost instantly. From Terry, Trump says that Iran has no navy, no army, and no air force. It's all been destroyed. So how come Iran can still block the Strait of Hormuz and cause so much chaos in the region?
I mean, it's a really good question, and it really points to the huge challenge that's facing the US military in their campaign. Yes, they have overwhelming firepower from the air, and this campaign has been conducted purely, largely from a distance. So you've had American warships and fighter jets and Israeli fighter jets bombing targets inside Iran using these highly precise, in most cases, weapons to go after, for example, the Iranian warships. So, the military's come out and said they've sunk 60 of Iran's warships. But for Iran's Revolutionary Guard and their wider military forces, they have been prepared for this war. They have been prepared for the possibility that the US would strike, that the Israelis would strike. And they know full well that, yes, of course, they have capability. They built up huge stockpiles of ballistic missiles, which have been causing damage across the region. But they've also really honed in on this asymmetric tactics of warfare. And they are well known for that.
Asymmetric, what does that mean?
It's sort of unconventional. When you have two militaries that aren't matched in terms of their military strength, then the weaker side, because they know they can't beat America, warship to warship, missile to missile, they'll try to hit in alternative ways. And for the Iranians, they've got very good cyber capabilities, but also their drone warfare. So they have been learning lessons from Russia, we've been told. Obviously, the Russians and the Iranians very closely collaborating together when it comes to the war in Ukraine. And Iran has learnt tactics from the Russians using their drones against the Ukrainians. And so we're seeing a lot of damage being caused by Iranian drones, not just drones flown in the air, but also unmanned boats. And they can be hugely damaging and difficult. And that is what is being used to target ships, and it's very difficult to counter that purely from the air. So it is a huge problem. But let's ask an economics question. We're going to be bouncing back and forth with our. Please don't get mistaken and ask me an economics question.
I'd love to take stuff on military affairs.
With a destroyer or two.
It would not be very good quality.
So we've got a question here. With 10% of European oil coming through the Strait of Hormuz, why is this affecting Europe price-wise?
Yeah, I mean that's the funny thing, and what this comes back to. Actually, we've got a chart, and hopefully we can just put this chart up on the screen. What this comes back to is the fact that when you're talking about kind of oil, when you're talking about crude oil, it is a global market. And you know, imagine, so we have 100 million barrels of oil that are flowing through the global economic system every day. And even now in 2026, you kind of think, oh, have we weaned ourselves off fossil fuels? Well, no, and particularly when it comes to oil, it's quite a tight market. So when you lose some of that, then it has a big impact. And basically what's happened here is if you can't get the stuff that usually comes through the Strait of Hormuz out of there, then you've lost 15 million of those 100 million barrels. Actually, it's a little bit less than 100 million. So you're kind of down a lot. And that's kind of the issue here. Like, there's a lot of complexity to what we're kind of going through right now. But for me, the best way of thinking about what we're facing is that there's just a big gap. A gap between what we kind of want as a global economy and what we actually have right now. And for Europe, you know, yes, we may not directly get that oil, or may not historically have directly kind of got that oil from kind of this part of the world before. But it kind of doesn't matter because the oil price is a global thing and we are affected by it nonetheless. And that's before you get to the question of gas prices. I mean, we in Europe are much more dependent on imported gas than any other part of the world. And what's just happened in the Gulf, the world's biggest liquefied natural gas terminal has just been shut down in Ras Laffan. I went there a few years ago, and it is an extraordinarily important place. It's not producing gas anymore. And we don't directly get a lot of that gas, but it's a global market. And so you've got these tankers, this extraordinary thing that happened kind of at the outbreak of war. You had these tankers that were heading towards Spain. There was an LNG tanker going towards Spain. It was, you know, Spain is a big market for liquefied natural gas. And then the war breaks out, the price goes through the roof, and then all of a sudden this tanker gets diverted to China because someone else can pay a higher price for that LNG. And that is the global market that we're kind of inhabiting at the moment. And it is still, I mean, it's still difficult to quantify what the impact is going to be, but what we do know is that it is affecting everyone to greater or lesser extent. I'm going to ask you one about just that question of kind of strategy. Could it be a trap to send military ships to escort merchant ships? So this is something obviously Donald Trump has been talking about. Scott Besant, in an interview with Will Frost, just talking about it yesterday. Could that be a trap to send those military ships, to the naval ships, to escort the merchant ships through the Strait of Hormuz?
I mean, you've set out the economic cost, which clearly Iran is able to inflict on the whole world. And that, of course, puts huge pressure on Donald Trump and his entire war policy. So rather than a trap, it's actually a weapon of war. Iran is known to use the fact that it does have this ability to shut the Strait of Hormuz as a way to strike back. It's that asymmetric fight. And it poses a really big challenge because for the Americans, they've been talking now about escorting tankers through that waterway. It's a narrow waterway. There are specific channels that they have to go through.
Like kind of 21 miles or something like that.
It is, but the actual channel that they go through is much smaller than that. There's a directed route that they can go one way and the other. Right. And this is a known entity, okay? So the Americans, the British, other allies have, over the years, periodically moved to protect shipping through the Strait of Hormuz because it's been used before.
Yeah.
The tanker wars.
Hundreds of years, actually. The Strait of Hormuz has been a choke point
more recent history. The tanker wars in the 1980s
1980s.
Is a really good example. It was the Iran-Iraq war, and it was Iraq, actually, that started targeting Iranian ports that affected the passage of ships through that waterway. And the British, in the 1980s, set up something called the Armilla Patrol. It was the Royal Navy escorting British-flagged vessels through that strait. And actually, from that moment was when the Royal Navy had a permanent presence in the Gulf, a destroyer destroyer or a frigate, the kind of warship that you would want to use to be able to do that kind of escorting. And then it all came to the fore again last time President Trump was in office. You'll remember there was, again, he pulled out of the nuclear deal with Iran. There was that escalating tensions between the two sides. And again, Iran targeting shipping in the Gulf. And it was the British, the Americans, the French, others that set up this maritime task force to escort ships through the Gulf. But it is high risk because of those the elements that the Iranians have in terms of, you know, these drones. And just imagine the
drones that go on the water.
The maritime drones blowing up a warship.
We've seen them in the Black Sea and in the Ukraine war as well, haven't we?
Yeah, so the Ukrainians, who no longer have a navy, managed to take out a huge chunk of the Russian Black Sea fleet using these drones. But let's ask another economics question. So is it not possible to use the oil that we produce out of the North Sea to solve our problems? That's a really good question.
It's a really good question. And you know, spoiler alert, we're going to look at this in more depth, hopefully in the next few weeks, because it is a good question. I mean, the thing that you'll often hear when you talk to kind of energy ministers and various kind of, you know, economists is, well, the North Sea is a declining basin. It's a mature basin. So we've been kind of drilling oil and gas out of the North Sea for quite a long time, and therefore, you know, is the amount that we actually have left kind of dwindling. But the more interesting and kind of like subtle answer to it is, oh, well, actually, it kind of depends on economics. The extent to which you're going to be drilling stuff out of the North Sea or indeed any other place depends on, you know, how much of an incentive there is to drill this out. And right now, taxes in the UK are very high on North Sea production. And that's something that obviously producers have been kind of complaining about for quite some time. I think, you know, let's just say this is something that will be looked at a bit more in the coming weeks and months. Because that conventional wisdom that there's only so much you can get out, it may not necessarily be quite so watertight as some of the politicians might be suggesting. So I think that, you know, we'll have more to say on that, and it's a good topic. But by the same token, you know, there is a net zero strategy in the UK, which has been very predominant, and part of that strategy, you know, particularly under this government, has been that there wouldn't be any extra licences given out to people who were trying to drill and explore for oil and gas in the North Sea. So things are in flux on that, and it's going to be interesting to see, you know, how that develops. Shall I ask you one more on defence?
Go for it.
Which is kind of this broader question: why are we not seeing? We've seen obviously Iran or kind of Iranian proxies attacking so many different states within the Gulf. You know, Qatar, UAE, all of these places, Kuwait. Why is it that no one else in the region is retaliating?
I think it's a really good question, actually, because that's what people are watching to see whether that does happen. Because as soon as other nations in the region join the war, then it becomes even more of a regional, and there's been talk about it. You know, could this be the beginning of World War III even? I mean, that's not something to throw around idly, and clearly we're not anywhere near that at the moment. But it is obviously, whenever you do have moments like this of great conflict, the longer it goes on, the greater the chance there is of miscalculation leading to uncontrolled escalation. And I think for those countries in the Gulf at the moment, they are watching and allowing the Americans and the Israelis to be the ones that are continuing their war. I mean, they're the ones that started it. And you know, a number of these countries, for example, Oman has always had, you know, it's been the mediator, really, yeah. Qatar as well, in these sensitive times. But you'll see that, for example, the British have been moving to try and do more to help defend those nations, but yeah, the longer this goes on, then the harder it is to keep like that.
Have they been surprised by this, or is the surprise? Because I mean, they've certainly kind of come out and said we're surprised at the extent to which there's been this kind of action, or is that surprise slightly confected? Did they know that if things got to this, then Iran might kind of lash out at so many different neighbours? Yeah,
I don't think anyone really was surprised, because they've been wargaming this for a long time. I'm talking from a British perspective, but also from an American perspective. I remember being in the Gulf back in 2019, the last time there were real tensions, and everybody talked about that one of the big deterrents at the time that the Iranians had was the fact they had their huge arsenal of ballistic missiles. They also had their proxy forces in the region, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis. obviously now the situation before Donald Trump launched this war 2 weeks ago had changed dramatically since the October the 7th attack, and obviously all of the degrading of, for example, Hezbollah in particular. And that just meant that they clearly calculated that the repercussions from Iran wouldn't be as great. So maybe there's a bit of surprise as to how much the Iranians have been able to endure and keep firing.
Can I ask what? Sorry, I've got another follow-up about, and actually this has just come through. So Jay has asked, is the US likely to attack Karg Island? Because I've been wondering this as well. You know, it's this island that's incredibly important particularly for Iranian oil production, isn't it? It's out there in the Strait of Hormuz. What's your feeling about that? Is it just too much of a combustible, kind of literally and figuratively, a target for them?
Yeah, I mean, I think yes, because of the global economic repercussions of hitting such a sensitive target. You can see Karg Island now on the screen quite handily. Yeah, the Americans clearly have a finite list of targets that they are going to strike, and the purpose that Donald Trump has set out, and Pete Hegseth, his self-styled Secretary of War, have talked about taking out Iran's ability to fight, to pose a threat. They haven't talked about absolutely crippling Iran's economy and ability to function as a state. And I think that I mean, obviously they have been targeting fuel sites because that clearly is a way to fuel the war machine. But I don't, I can imagine that they would hope to have reached a point where they can declare, we've done enough now, before that happens.
Well, I don't know if can we put that picture of Karg Island up again? Because what's striking when you look at this is just you see some of the infrastructure, you see the fact that this is a region which is incredibly dependent on exports of oil and gas. And when you look at Karg in particular, look at how much storage tanks you've got there. That's partly a function of the fact that you need to keep oil pumping to just, to keep your oil fields actually functional. You need to keep the oil pumping. And then you've got all of those tanker points where the tankers can load and unload. And interestingly, so you see that one off on the left, that looks very similar. So it's kind of this almost this steel island off the side. That's where tankers would load and unload. And out off the coast of Saudi, they have quite a few of those as well, off just Ras Tanura. It's called, I think, Sea Island. These places are incredibly sophisticated points where the global economy, the functioning of the global economy really begins, the foundations of it. And maybe not Karg Island, but, some of the most important places, including Ras Tanura, are just offline at the moment. And it comes back to that point that, we talked about at the start. No one could have conceived that we would have been in a situation now where so much of the world's most important energy infrastructure is just offline. And I find it kind of crazy looking at these places to think that the foundations for much of the global economy are kind of off at the moment.
And actually, can you just... I found we were talking earlier, weren't we? Well, we've been talking often in the newsroom. But that point, I just assumed that if you could just turn off oil fields and turn them back on again, but that's not the case, is it?
I mean, not really. And again, you'd have to talk to a proper geologist about this. But there's an extent to which you can kind of... So oil is constantly flowing and it's pumping. And if you're not able to... If it backs up if you're not able to get it into the tankers. And if you're not able to get it out quick enough, and you try and shut down oil fields, it can cause kind of long-term geological damage. That's kind of what happened in Venezuela. So due to some of the oil fields basically being kind of languishing there and not being used, and also the Venezuelan oil is quite kind of gloopy and sticky. Basically, a lot of those oil fields are kind of broken. And you can't... Right now, the US is kind of wondering, how can we switch this stuff on? You can't switch it back on kind of easily. And one hopes that wouldn't happen here in this region because it's even more important for global oil. But nonetheless, it's just not easy to switch on and off. And that's kind of what's happened. So, Kuwait, Iraq, to some extent UAE have kind of slowed down their production. And the longer that goes on, which is why we keep saying everything depends on how long this goes on, the longer this goes on, the more potential long-term damage that could be left here. Do you want me to do another defence one?
Go on then.
OK, all right. So will it take... This is Stu. Will it take a substantial act of military aggression for people to demand a rapid scaling up of our military? I know this is something you have looked at a lot, Deb.
This is a great question. I'm
Yeah,
very glad it was
you
asked.
like this one, yeah. There's a whole podcast on this.
Yeah, there is. You can listen in, the war game. I mean, everybody is, it's been a long-running alarm bell that's been ringing about the state of UK defences since the end of the Cold War, cutbacks made at the time because the government and the public and the military chiefs believed that was it was a time to shift resources away from defence into peacetime priorities. But the threat has been escalating for the last, at least since Russia invaded Crimea back in 2014. And when you look at the state of the UK capacity to be able to defend itself, let alone project force overseas, it's pretty woeful. And I think, and the warning always was that there needs to be a shock.
But isn't everyone doing the same thing? Or is the UK just a particular outlier compared with Europe?
The whole of Europe was doing, much of Europe was doing the same thing. Of course, you've got the countries on the east and the Nordic states as well that feel the threat much more acutely from Russia. But yes, like Western European nations, they're all as flabby as the UK. The difference with the UK and France, we're nuclear powers, and we portray ourselves as being a significant force. And so when we actually have hollowed out and yet we're still saying we're strong, then it's a problem. And I think this conflict actually needs to be, many people say this, the wake-up call, because it's pretty shocking that given, as I was talking about in the 1980s, that was when we started this permanent presence in the Gulf of a major warship. We also had up to 4 mine hunters and a large Royal Fleet auxiliary vessel based out of Bahrain. Right now, we have no warship based out there. The last mine hunter came back to the UK just last week, which, given we're talking about trying to protect shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, that's pretty extraordinary.
The ships are still there, but we just haven't deployed them.
The ships aren't there. The ships have come back, and we don't have. We took us a week to send HMS Dragon out of port, and it's going to take a few days until she reaches the area. But there's another question we've got, which kind of blends war and economy, which I think is pretty good. And I know we're running out of time. It's from Joseph. And it talks about Russia, because obviously, I was with John Healey yesterday at our permanent joint headquarters, which is the main military command centre for all overseas UK operations, and he was saying the biggest beneficiary of this war is Vladimir Putin and Russia, because obviously the oil price going up benefits his war machine. So Joseph asks, with Russia coming back as a major player in the oil market, will the war continue indefinitely?
Gosh, it is really striking when you look at just how much revenue and the extent to which the Russian state is it's a petro state. It is dependent on oil revenue, which in turn means that the higher the oil price is, the more Russia benefits. And part of the point of the way sanctions were structured in recent years, and we've talked quite a lot about the fact that it's not been a perfect sanctions regime, it's been leaky in various different ways. But the way that it was structured was to try to kind of drive down the oil price so that Russia wouldn't benefit as much. And if you look, and our colleague Paul Kelso has been kind of showing this on air, if you look at just how much the Urals, which is kind of Russian oil price, has jumped in the last few weeks, it is extraordinary. And if you kind of extrapolate out what that means for Russian revenues and what that basically the money it brings into the Russian war machine, it will be getting a lot of money in the coming weeks and months, and it's already happening. It will be pouring in to Moscow and elsewhere. So this is consequential, and to be honest with you, I think the geopolitics of it is something we're going to continue to kind of wrestle with for quite some time. It's unsettling. Can I?
Do you mind if I just sort of
okay, yes.
that? Because obviously it is pretty extraordinary, because I've covered the war since the full-scale invasion began, and one of the very clear tactics or strategies on the Ukrainian side was to launch these long-range drones that they developed against Russia's oil refineries and its ability to produce and then export and feed its war machine with its own oil. And it was having an effect. It was starting to have a genuine effect. There was real pain that was being felt, and there was this real sense that if this is continued, coupled with the sanctions, that is the way to put pressure on Vladimir Putin to change his calculation with that war. And now, at this time, suddenly, with this other war in the Middle East, it's changing the dynamic on the ground and potentially easing that pressure off the Russian president.
It's scary, really, and it kind of underlines the fact that, you know, obviously the Gulf is the main focus, but there are so many of these different theatres where stuff is happening right now, and the extent to which they interact, and a lot of that is economic and a lot of that is political. We've only got a couple of minutes left, but simple one for you. Music Man, 1944. Why was this war started without a plan for ending it?
I mean, that you have to ask Donald Trump that. I mean, obviously he'll say he had a plan. Unfortunately, even when you have a plan, it rarely survives first contact with the enemy. I mean, that's just the history of war, isn't it? You know, you just go back to the Iraq War. There was there was a terrible plan for the aftermath, and it failed miserably anyway. But with this war, clearly they believe they had, you know, the Americans believe they have a definable strategy, and they've gone through great lengths to say this is not going to be a forever war. But the problem is, when you start war, you cannot control every single outcome and every single consequence. And as anyone who has spent time in the Middle East knows, that it is a hugely unpredictable place. It is incredibly resilient, and the people there don't take kindly to being bombed.
Well, thank you, Deb. We are kind of getting towards the end. There have been lots of questions. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to answer all of them. I mean, there was one, for instance, for me on what would happen to petrol and diesel prices. Gosh, I mean, I don't know, but I do know that they're climbing up very quickly. And we as kind of back from what we were talking about at the start, we in the UK are quite exposed to that. Hopefully, they don't go too much higher. And whether there's a price cap on it, which is another question, we will have to see. I think there'll be more. We'll be hearing more from the government. The idea that they're not going to do something about this is unlikely, given what we're hearing elsewhere.
And I guess with the British, I mean, the British saying they're going to maybe potentially get involved in any effort to help defend the Strait of Hormuz. That's clearly where they're looking at if this goes on for much longer.
Okay, Deborah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining us on Sky. Thank you for your questions. It's been fascinating to read the questions, to get your sense of what is the burning issue, what are the burning issues here. And we will hopefully, I don't know if this felt like a success to you. Did it feel like a success? We'll hopefully do more of these in the future.
Quite scary.
Quite scary. But we'll do more of these in the future. And if you have more questions, both for myself and for Deborah and for our other colleagues who are specialists in all sorts of other issues, I'm sure they would love to have a go at this as well. Matt Barbette will be up next with more of the news. There is a lot happening right now on Sky News, and we'll bring you all of the details of that as it comes. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good afternoon. This is Sky News Today. It's midday. I'm Matt Barbett. Our top stories. A win for Putin as the US eases Russian oil sanctions to try to bring down prices. The Treasury Secretary admits Moscow benefiting from the war isn't ideal.
It is unfortunate, and we hope that it will be in a micro period that they will benefit.
An explosion at a pro-regime demonstration in the heart of Tehran. In Israel, dozens are injured as a missile gets through defences and hits a village in the north of the country. Also, drugs, guns, gold bars, and even teeth. What police discovered as Sky News joined them on a county lines raid. Good afternoon. US Central Command has confirmed that 4 crew members died when an American refueling plane crashed in Iraq yesterday. It has also said that the loss of the aircraft was not due to hostile or friendly fire. Sky's Sally Lockwood has this update from Dubai.
4 US service personnel have been killed in this incident in Iraq yesterday. A refueling aircraft went down in western Iraq. 6 crew members were on board, and we're now receiving this news, this confirmation from the US military that 4 of those crew members were killed. Now, previously, there were 7 US personnel who'd lost their lives in this war so far. 6 of those were killed in an incident in Kuwait. 1 died of wounds that they sustained in an attack in Saudi Arabia. And now, of course, this news that 4 more US service personnel have been killed in this aircraft incident yesterday that went down in western Iraq, a refueling aircraft. Now, the circumstances around the incident are still very unclear. However, the loss of the aircraft was apparently not due to any hostile fire or friendly fire. The identities of the service members has not been released yet. We don't expect that to happen until at the earliest tomorrow. But of course, Donald Trump did warn that there would probably be more casualties and American deaths in this war. And it's going to be very interesting to see the American response to this today. His approval ratings are already very low when it comes to American support for this war and their approval in terms of how he's handling it. And this news will not be welcome at all by the American public. I think we can predict that the number of people that they've now lost in this war so far in just 2 weeks has risen to 11.
Also, Sally, just as you were speaking there, we're hearing that in Turkey, the defence ministry there has said a missile fired from Iran was destroyed by NATO defences stationed in the eastern Mediterranean, which shows a couple of things, how far-reaching these attacks can be. And also, this could be seen as an attack on a NATO country, and therefore people will be wondering about Article 5. Look, that's just emerged. We should also talk about this latest missile hitting what looked like a rally in Tehran too.
Yeah, you're right to mention that about Turkey, Matt. That's not the first time that NATO defences have shot down an incoming missile coming in from Iran, and that is a frontier that we are watching extremely closely, of course, because that would have wide-reaching implications if indeed NATO did become involved in this war. But yes, certainly there's been a lot of news coming out of Iran today as well.
Let's head to the US. You can see that Pete Hegseth, the US Defense Secretary, or War Secretary, whichever you prefer, is approaching the podium with General Dan Crane, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs.
Good morning. I'll start, as we often do here at the Department of War, with the bottom line up front. For the world to hear and the press to actually admit that the United States is decimating the radical Iranian regime's military in a way the world has never seen before. Never before has a modern, capable military, which Iran used to have, been so quickly destroyed and made combat ineffective, devastated. We said it would not be a fair fight, and it has not been. As I stated during our first press conference on day 2, that was 10 short days ago, the combination of the world's 2 most powerful air forces is unprecedented and unbeatable. Between our Air Force and that of the Israelis, over 15,000 enemy targets have been struck. That's well over 1,000 a day. No other combination of countries in the world can do that. So today, as we speak, we fly over the top of Iran and Tehran. Fighters and bombers all day picking targets as they choose. As our intelligence gets better and better and more refined. Looking up, the IRGC and Iranian regime sees only two things on the side of aircraft: the Stars and Stripes and the Star of David. The evil regime's worst nightmare. Iran has no air defenses. Iran has no air force. Iran has no navy. Their missiles, their missile launchers and drones being destroyed or shot out of the sky. Their missile volume is down 90%. Their one-way attack drones yesterday, down 95%. And as the world is seeing, they are exercising sheer desperation in the Straits of Hormuz. Something we're dealing with, we have been dealing with it, and don't need to worry about it. We're on plan to defeat, destroy, disable all of their meaningful military capabilities at a pace the world has never seen before. But it's not just that Iran doesn't have a functioning air force, or that their entire navy is at the bottom of the Persian Gulf, or their missile force is shrinking daily. Even more importantly, they also don't have the ability to build more. That's the most important component I'd like to emphasize today. Soon and very soon, all of Iran's defense companies will be destroyed. For example, as of 2 days ago, Iran's entire ballistic missile production capacity, every company that builds every component of those missiles, has been functionally defeated, destroyed. Buildings, complexes, and factory lines all across Iran destroyed. So we're shooting down and destroying what missiles they still have in stock, but more importantly, ensuring that they have no ability to make more. Their production lines, their military plants, their defense innovation centers defeated. Iran's leadership is in no better shape. Desperate and hiding, they've gone underground, cowering. That's what rats do. We know the new so-called not-so-supreme leader is wounded and likely disfigured. He put out a statement yesterday, a weak one, actually, but there was no voice and there was no video. It was a written statement. He called for unity. Apparently killing tens of thousands of protesters is his kind of unity. Iran has plenty of cameras and plenty of voice recorders. Why a written statement? I think you know why. His father, dead. He's scared, he's injured, he's on the run, and he lacks legitimacy. It's a mess for them. Who's in charge? Iran may not even know. With every passing hour, we know, and we know they know, that the military capabilities of their evil regime are crumbling. They can barely communicate, let alone coordinate. They're confused, and we know it. Our response? We will keep pressing. We will keep pushing, keep advancing. No quarter, no mercy for our enemies. Yet some in this crew, in the press, just can't stop. Allow me to make a few suggestions. People look up at the TV and they see banners, they see headlines. I used to be in that business, and I know that everything is written intentionally. For example, a banner or a headline, Mideast war intensifies, splashing on the screen the last couple of days, alongside visuals of civilian or energy targets that Iran has hit, because that's what they do. What should the banner read instead? How about Iran increasingly desperate? Because they are. They know it, and so do you, if it can be admitted. Or more fake news from CNN. Reports that the Trump administration underestimated the Iran war's impact on the Strait of Hormuz. Patently ridiculous, of course. For decades, Iran has threatened shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. This is always what they do, hold the strait hostage. CNN doesn't think we thought of that. It's a fundamentally unserious report. The sooner David Ellison takes over that network, the better. Another example of a fake headline that I saw yesterday. War widening. Here's a real headline for you for an actual patriotic press. How about Iran shrinking, going underground? You see, Iran's leaders are hiding in bunkers and moving into civilian areas. The only thing that is widening is our advantage. Not to mention our Gulf partners stepping up even more, now going on the offense, and have always been with us on the defense with collective and integrated air defenses. Our will, it is unshakable. Our options, maximized, and our capabilities still building. We're going up, they're going down. As I said from the start, President Trump holds the cards. He'll determine the pace, the tempo, and the timing of this conflict. His hand firmly on the wheel, as well as on the throttle setting. America first, peace through strength in action. From day one, as our nation expects and the president demands, our warriors have fought with lethality, precision, and rapid innovation. In fact, today will be, yet again, the highest volume of strikes that America has put over the skies of Iran and Tehran. The number of sorties and number of bomber pulses, the highest yet, ramping up and only up. And quantity has a quality of its own as we continue to ramp up. Every tool of AI, of cyber, of space, EW, counter-UAS, you name it, we're employing it. Blinding, confusing, and deceiving our enemy. Because we know who the good guys are here. And the American people do too. And that makes my job simple. I serve God, the troops, the country, the Constitution, and the President of the United States, and answer only to those. All in service of victory on the battlefield and the military objectives that we've laid out from day one. Defeat the missiles, missile launchers, and defense industrial base, which I laid out today. Defeat the Navy and deny Iran the ability to have a nuclear weapon. Clear, decisive, achievable. And Admiral Cooper knows, the CENTCOM commander who we spent a couple of hours with last night, that in pursuit of those objectives, we have his back in every way. His commanders know that, and so do the troops in harm's way. Admiral Cooper gets what he needs, the assets, the authorities, the munitions, you name it. We will stop at nothing to win. War is hell. War is chaos. And as we saw yesterday with the tragic crash of our KC-135 tanker, bad things can happen. American heroes, all of them. And as I have with all of them, as we have, we will greet those heroes at Dover, and their sacrifice will only recommit us to the resolve of this mission. But war in this context and in pursuit of peace is necessary, which is why each day on bended knee we continue to appeal to heaven, to Almighty God's providence, to watch over and give special skill and confidence to our leaders and to our warriors. To those warriors who this nation prays for every single day, I hear from all of you out there who pray for them every day. Stay on bended knee and pray for them. I continue to say to them, Godspeed. May the Lord bless you and keep going. Mr. Chairman, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us today. Before I start with an update, I also want to address the tragic loss of our KC-135 refueling aircraft yesterday. The incident occurred over friendly territory in western Iraq while the crew was on a combat mission, and again was not the result, as CENTCOM has said, was not the result of hostile or friendly fire. We're still treating this as an active rescue and recovery operation. As CENTCOM announced this morning, 4 airmen have been recovered, and the Air Force and U.S. Central Command will provide updates as information becomes available. Please keep these brave airmen, their families, friends, and units in your thoughts in the coming hours and days. Our service members make an incredible sacrifice to go forward and do the things that the nation asks of them. It's a reminder of the true cost of the dedication and commitment of the Joint Force. We're also aware of a fire on board the USS Gerald R. Ford. We're thinking about the crew there who are injured in the fire. We believe and hope that everyone will be okay, and we're grateful for that. And for any further questions on that, we'd refer you to NAVCENT or to the Navy. This morning, we enter the 13th day of Operation Epic Fury, and we continue to make progress towards our military objectives. As the Secretary said, today will be our heaviest day of kinetic fires across the operating area. CENTCOM continues to attack ballistic missile and drone capabilities so that they are no longer a threat to U.S. forces, our bases, or our partners. They're continuing to destroy the Iranian Navy to ensure freedom of navigation, and this means going after Iran's mine-laying capability and destroying their ability to attack commercial vessels. And we're targeting their defense industrial base so they cannot rebuild the capabilities that can harm America's interests or our partners in the future. As Admiral Cooper said in his update on Wednesday, Iranian combat power continues to decline as a result of the continued strikes, as the Secretary talked about. We've attacked over 6,000 targets, and our strike packages continue to launch every hour, and we've maintained an unprecedented number of sorties up overhead of Iran. CENTCOM is now persistently over the enemy, and a result, we've seen a reduction in missile and one-way attack fires, as the Secretary said. In less than 2 weeks, we've rendered the Iranian Navy combat ineffective and continue to attack naval vessels, including all of their Soleimani-class warships, which were armed with anti-ship missiles and anti-aircraft weapons. We've made progress, but Iran still has the capability to harm friendly forces and commercial shipping. And our work on this effort continues. But I want to make something clear. The only thing preventing commercial traffic and flow through the Straits right now, which there is some through the Straits, is Iran. They are the belligerents here holding the Straits closed, although there is some traffic moving through there. We've made it a priority to target Iran's mine-laying enterprise, their mine layers, the naval bases and depots, in addition to the missiles that could influence the Straits. And CENTCOM continues to attack those efforts. And we continue to make progress on the industrial base to include factories, weapons, warehouses that are stored in, and we will continue to do so in the coming days, especially today. Now, as I often do, I want to share a little bit about our incredible joint force. Today, I'm going to talk about our incredible artillery force comprised of American soldiers and Marines who've been sinking ships, destroying depots, and launching Army tactical missile systems, or ATACMS, precision strike missiles, or PrSMs, and high-mobility rocket systems, or HIMARS. From outside Iran, our Army and Marine artillerymen are hitting sites that Iran relies on to project power beyond their borders and protect our deployed. In just the first 13 days of this operation, our artillery forces have made history. They fired the first precision strike missiles ever used in combat, reaching deep into enemy territory. They've used Army ATACMS to sink multiple ships, including a submarine, and they've done all of this with the precision and determination that comes from relentless training and trust in each other and in their weapon systems. Yesterday, I had the incredible honor and privilege of speaking with some of our young soldiers from the 3rd Battalion, 27th Field Artillery Regiment out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina, the unit and the crew that fired the first precision strike missiles. The soldiers I met came from all over this great country: New York, Texas, Delaware, California. One had been in the Army only 6 months and been in the unit for 2 months and was already deployed. He was the youngest at 20, but you would not know it from the way that they talked about their mission. The others were 22 and 28 years old. They spoke with the sense of calm pride, purpose, and clarity that tells you clearly they understand the weight of what they're doing and the people who depend on them. I asked them to walk me through a fire mission. I asked not just what they do, but what they feel, especially those first crew members on this particular mission. These soldiers basically live in these vehicles behind us. The cab, very tight, 2 folks sit next to each other with the crew commander behind them. It's jammed inside there with their personal weapons and kit. And they sit and wait for a fire mission. And when that fire mission comes, they close the armored doors and begin to program the systems. They then throw 3 simple toggle switches, and 10 to 15 feet behind them, a rocket motor ignites, and the round is headed downrange to do the nation's work. I asked these youngsters, these young, awesome Americans, what does that feel like? And one of them just looked at me and said, it's awesome. No drama, no hesitation, in the middle of the day, in the middle of the night, in the sun, the rain, in the snow, flawless execution. Their Marine counterparts are out there doing the same thing every night. Same work, same pressure, same expectations, same results. And we hand tremendous and enormous responsibility to these young Americans. And they carry it with a level of maturity, grit, professionalism, and tenacity that makes me incredibly proud to be a part of their joint force. Their parents and families would and should be incredibly proud. And their leaders and I trust them to do the deeds that they must do in difficult circumstances every single time. I also want to touch today I want to touch for a moment today on their leadership. These young Americans are led by extraordinary young leaders out at the tactical edge. Yesterday, the battery commander and her NCO were there with this crew on the same video screen. The two of them hardly said a word. They didn't have to. In their eyes, and in particular the commander's eyes, you could see the quiet trust and confidence she had in these soldiers and the rest of their battery. It came through loud and clear, and we appreciate their leadership. When I asked these soldiers yesterday, what is it that you need from the Secretary and I, they looked at each other, paused for a moment, and looked back at me and said, "More rounds, sir." It was awesome. So thank you to those soldiers and Marines out on the firing line supporting our mission, and thank you to their families. Our joint force will continue today to deliver dynamic fires against the enemy from the land, sea, and air. We remain deeply grateful for their service, and for the third time today, I'll mention that today will be our busiest day. This mission remains complex, dangerous, and difficult, and every service member has a family waiting for them to return home. And I want to thank all of the families today who are supporting their deployed forces and those doing the work here in the States. On a personal note today, I also want to thank the Joint Staff and the team that I have the pleasure of working with, some of them right here in this room. They are working 24 hours a day to deliver the options that we must to the Secretary and to the President. Today, as I close, I ask that we remember our fallen and those participating in the recovery operations to bring home our lost KC-135 crew, that we keep those service members and their families in their thoughts and prayers. Those are very, very, very tough days when that knock comes on the door for people on both sides of the door. Again, thank you to our deployed, thank you to our fallen, and to their families, and to the Joint Force. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, sir.
Mr. Chairman. Alexandra Ingersoll, One America News. Can you tell us a little bit more about the Strait of Hormuz and when it might be fully operational again? And how do we ensure our objective of denying Iran a nuclear weapon if they continue to align with our adversaries?
So I'll take it and chime in, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like it all. I want to emphasize what the chairman said about that. The only thing prohibiting transit in the Straits right now is Iran shooting at shipping. It is open for transit should Iran not do that. Now, there's a reason why we chose as one of our primary objectives to destroy the Navy. We understood the ability to interdict shipping is something Iran has done for 40 years. It's key terrain. They've used it as leverage. The world is seeing what they'll do to fight back in that context. And so we've heard them talk about taking various measures, and we're planning for all of them. So we have a plan for every option here. We're working with our interagency partners, and that's not a strait we're going to allow to remain contested or with a lack of flow of commercial goods. So we're aware of that. We're laser focused on our military objectives, but also want to make sure our partners across this government understand we're working with you to make sure that energy flows. And that's an important part. And the second question was on the nuclear capability. As we've said from the beginning, their strategy shifted just from defense of their nuclear facilities to a conventional umbrella of so many missiles that no one would challenge their ability to the opportunity to defeat their nuclear capabilities. And it was growing by the day. So with Iran at its weakest moment, going at that ballistic missile capability creates an opportunity to ensure at any point in time that Iran give up their nuclear capabilities, or if need be, you prevent them from doing it, as the president has done once already with Operation Midnight Hammer, obliterating those capabilities. So the conventional side is a huge part at getting at denying nuclear capabilities, if you have anything you want to add.
Appreciate the question. I'm not going to comment on what we may or may not be thinking about any options that the Joint Force could be tasked to do in the future, whether it's on the nuke matter or anything else. Thank you.
But we have options.
The mines that are in the Strait of Hormuz and our ability to, obliterate them?
We retain a range of options to solve a whole variety of problems, and that is one set of options that we have, that we hold on to. So,
absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. Mary Margaret with Daily Wire. Thank you both for the update. ABC News has updated its story from yesterday, clarifying that the FBI report on Iran possibly striking California was unverified. I just want to ask you, what impact did that original reporting have on the public, and does Iran even have the ability to conduct such a strike? And then just really quickly on another note, what role did Vice President Vance play in counseling the president on this conflict? Can you speak to some of the media reporting suggesting that there is a division there?
That reporting on California obviously had no impact on us. Also, we're used to bad reporting. We're used to ill-informed reporting. And so it doesn't change how we operate, but we engage with it to prove that it's not true, as CENTCOM has done so well. Ultimately, I look at the reports on a daily basis of our interagencies all over it. My partners across government are all over, looking for indications and warnings, keeping the American people safe. There's a lot of things Iran has said it can do for a long time, thankfully, including engaging their proxies and getting them involved in the fight, which they haven't been able to do. So we're watching that very closely. And as far as the vice president, he's an incredible member, leader of this team as well, alongside the president and the Secretary of State. I can't say enough great stuff about this team, how it works together, how it provides options to the president, and the vice president every single day is a key voice in that, an indispensable voice in that, actually. In the middle there, red tie. Yes.
Michael Gordon, Wall Street Journal. Iran is thought to have 440 kilograms of highly enriched uranium in at least 2 locations and several thousand kilograms of lower purity material. Can you conclude this mission successfully without physically taking control of that material, or are you counting on diplomatic negotiations to provide some measure of control leading to its removal? You've mentioned missiles, you've mentioned drones, military industry. You haven't stipulated that taking care of that material is a mission priority.
We've said from the beginning, deny Iran nuclear weapons as a core mission. We retain options across the spectrum to ensure that they never do. And President Trump has said that. And that's why this mission actually couldn't have been possible without Midnight Hammer, without what those B-2s did going across and obliterating those facilities. That set the condition for the opportunity to do what we're doing now. So the president's kept his eye focused on nuclear capabilities. And I will say we have a range of options, up to and including Iran deciding that they will give those up, which of course we would welcome. They weren't willing to do in negotiations. I would never tell this group or the world what we're willing to do or how far we're willing to go, but we have options for sure. Right next to him.
Me?
No, right there.
Right here, sir? Right here? I'll take it for
Quarter
sure.
zip right there, yep. No, you, yep.
Okay, thank you, sir. Can you please provide some guidance? It's been 13 days in. Can you please provide some guidance, both of you, about the strike on the girls' school? There's been reporting that indicates that preliminary inquiry, even though it's ongoing, has determined that the airstrike was carried out by the United States. Given that there is another competing narrative that this was done intentionally, can you provide us with some guidance about whether this was the case? Secondly, we are also getting, we had heard yesterday from Energy Secretary Wright that said that the U.S. Navy would not be ready until the end of the month to provide escorts through the Strait of Hormuz. Is that an accurate assessment? And if so, can you tell us why? Thank you.
Well, with an issue on your first topic, an issue of such seriousness, we're not going to let reporting lead us or force our hand into indicating what happened in a particular situation, because the truth matters. So I can report that CENTCOM has designated an investigating officer to complete a command investigation. The command investigation will take as long as necessary to address all the matters surrounding this incident. And the investigating officer is from outside CENTCOM and is a general officer. But I will note to this group and to the world, there's only one entity in this conflict between us and Iran that never targets civilians. Literally never targets civilians. I look at the process that's used on dynamic strikes or on boat strikes and others. We have a very high fidelity process in that case. So we don't target, Iran does. We will investigate, we'll get to the truth, and we'll share it when we have it. Absolutely. And what was the second
question? About the Strait of Hormuz, about the Navy. Secretary Rice.
It's a tactically complex environment, and before I think we want to take anything through there at scale, we want to make sure that we do the work pursuant to our current military objectives to do that safely and smartly. So we're continuing to develop.
And we do a lot of work.
Yeah.
And like I said, it is dynamic, but this is, I think, almost by 20% the largest day of strikes. And as I said, our intelligence just gets better and better. That feedback loop feeds itself. And as we refine those targets, it exponentially increases what we can hit and why, to include strategic things the world's talking about and looking at. And it's our job to have a plan for it, which we do, to address it, and ensure that the president has options. We've done that from the beginning in this department. He'll have options on that topic as well. Right here.
Thank you. That strike, sir.
An investigation is an investigation. That's what it is. It doesn't mean anything other than that. Yes.
Ryan Morgan with the Epic Times. Regarding today's busy day of strikes, last week you guys discussed the progress of the air campaign to gain air superiority and to transition from these standoff weapons launched at range to more overhead strikes. Can you now say that these strikes today are going to rely entirely on stand-in over-the-top weapons, or are standoff range weapons still in play?
It's a great question. I can say, based on the report I read this morning at 0600, only 1% of the munitions we're using today are standoff munitions. The rest are over-the-top, the types of which we have a plethora. Which was our goal from the beginning. You use standoff, which are more exquisite. You transition to a much larger magazine depth, ensuring that you're preserving all the capabilities you have and your options across the force. Absolutely.
Has Iran placed any mines
Right
since
here,
the war
Lisa.
started? Is Iran placing new mines?
We've heard them talk about it, just like you've reported recklessly and wildly about it. But we have no clear evidence. We have no clear evidence of that.
Thank you,
Right
sir.
here.
Mr. Secretary, given everything the U.S. have accomplished in the last 24 hours, as of today, how do you define success in this military option? And has that definition changed from day one? And also regarding Iran government telling countries hosting U.S. American bases that they could face attacks, what is the Pentagon doing about that?
First question is, what is the objective?
How do you define success as of today?
Yeah, I mean, we define success, again, 13 days in, by reaching the military objectives that we've laid out. Launchers, missile launchers, defense industrial base, their Navy, the ability to project power in the naval sense, leading toward denying them to get a nuclear weapon. And we've got internal metrics that look at that we represent to the president, who then can decide how long he'd like to continue in pursuit of those military objectives. So that hasn't changed. There's a lot of things a lot of people talk about. What they want us to do, or what we should do, or what we should stay focused on. And again, I've addressed this before, and I think it's worth saying again, mission creep, or expansive missions, or prolonged timelines, or democracy building, or nation building, you name it, has not been part of what President Trump wants us to be involved in. We're solving for something here, this particular mission set, but also recognizing this country's conditioned to previous leaders, whether it's George W. Bush or Barack Obama or Joe Biden, who had these expansive, nebulous mission sets that kept changing all the time. And so the timeline kept moving, and we kept pouring more troops in and on the ground. And then pretty soon everyone wonders, like I did in Afghanistan in 2012, what's our mission here? I'm not clear what it is. We're taking the opposite approach here and saying we've defined these objectives, we're pursuing those objectives. The president has his hand on the throttle and will decide ultimately, when they've been reached, that serve the purposes of the United States of America, American interests first. Yeah, right here.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. Polls show over 80% of Republicans support the president's military action in Iran, but there's some consternation in parts of the party, particularly from your fellow Fox News alum, Tucker Carlson. He called the war disgusting and evil, and then said of unconditional surrender, which the president has called for, means foreign troops get to rape your wives and daughters. Have you heard these comments, and what's your reaction to them?
We're busy executing on behalf of great patriotic Americans with a clear mission that's 47 years overdue, and we're going to execute on that regardless of what people say about it. Yeah, right here.
Mr. Secretary, you have said that the U.S. military has essentially aerial superiority, naval superiority over Iran, yet we're not escorting ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Why? How did you not plan for this?
We planned for it. We recognize it. Because ultimately we want to do it sequentially in a way that makes the most sense for what we want to achieve and ensure that we're sending the right signals to the world when we do so. So when Chris Wright speaks or we speak, it's based on a full assessment of what we're up against, what we want to say to the world, how that we want them to see and understand the conflict. It's like this whole idea of the war widening. That's what the press wants to make it look like it's widening and chaos is ensuing. No, we're actually closing in on grabbing hold of and controlling what objectives we want to achieve and how we want to achieve them. It's called shaping operations and setting the conditions. But when you shape the environment, you don't always tell. I mean, foolish political leaders and foolish military leaders of the past will hang an exact deadline on it. Or here's exactly when we'll do what we're going to do. Or here's how long it's going to take us. And then if you meet that, maybe you meet it. But if you don't, you fail. And if you're far beyond, we know exactly what we're shaping and why. We're sending those signals working across the interagency. The Strait of Hormuz is something we've paid attention to from the beginning. And the American people can rest assured we will ensure that our interests are advanced, no doubt. Yeah, right there, green jacket.
Mike Bress with the Washington Examiner. How many American casualties have there been, and where were the American service members when they were injured?
I mean, it's a bunch of return to duty. So we've had the large majority have gone in for some medical treatment and return to duty. We've had in Kuwait, Jordan, down across the southern flank a little bit, a variety of places, most from one-way attack strikes.
But I want to clarify that. I think what we've tried to do here is clarify those numbers rather than saying KIA or WIA wounded. Be more clear about that because the overwhelming majority, almost 90%, thank God, are returned to duty. Minor injuries returned to duty, and so that number can look a certain way, and our job is to add some fidelity to it. Absolutely, right here. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. David Zia, Real America's Voice. Can you share what types of munitions have been used on the attacks on commercial shipping? Have any hit mines? And are USVs, unmanned surface vehicles, being used? And just a quick follow-up, were there any arrests in Fort Campbell with the drone thefts?
I'm not familiar with the Fort Campbell thing. The strikes that Iran has taken on shipping up north in the vicinity of Kuwait have been, I believe, from surface-to-surface missiles up there. We've not seen any USV activity out of Iran that we've seen in the Gulf at this point.
Nor have any ships hit mines or anything.
Yeah, there's
like
been
that.
no.
It's still flowing through the.
There's been no strikes that we've.
One more time, right here.
Thank you so much, Heather Mullins, Lindell TV. My first question is: President Trump is set to meet with Xi Jinping in a couple of weeks. How much support, if any, has China been given the Iranian regime? And then the second question, just. I know President Trump calling for an unconditional surrender from Iran. Given that the U.S. is working in partnership with Israel on this whole operation, is Iran expected to meet demands of both countries or just the U.S., and what are those demands?
Well, we're proud to partner with the incredible capabilities the Israelis have, but our objectives are our objectives. And so when those are met, as we meet those, we'll set the tempo of when those are met. What was the first question?
He's meeting with Xi Jinping in a couple
the president
weeks. What's China's
has
role
a historic relationship with President Xi. They look forward to having a dynamic conversation. Two powers. President Trump ultimately has established terms of that relationship, which advance the United States of America, and that meeting will continue to ensure we advance that. That's all I've got. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Well, that was Pete Hegseth, the Defence Secretary of the US, alongside Dan Kane, General Dan Kane, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Let's speak now to our US correspondent, David Blevins, who's also in Washington, who was across that. A couple of details, David, came out during the press conference, not least a fire on the USS Gerald R. Ford, an aircraft carrier, where some service people have been injured, something we perhaps didn't know before the press conference.
Yes, they say they are tackling that fire, and they referred to a number of naval personnel having been injured, but they did appear to suggest it was under control in relation to the loss of 4 personnel on that KC-135 refuelling aircraft over western Iraq. The self-styled Secretary of War simply said, bad things can happen. We know to date now that the United States has lost 11 personnel in this war. I think the most significant thing perhaps that we've heard in the last few minutes is, for the first time, confirmation from the United States that they believe the new supreme leader of Iran, Mujtaba Khamenei, son of the late Ayatollah, has been injured, possibly disfigured. Pete Hegseth said. He said the new leader was cowering in a hole because, and I quote, that's what rats do. He appeared to be basing much of that upon the fact that the new supreme leader yesterday issued a written statement rather than a video or recorded statement. He then went on to say that when the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps look up, they see 2 things, the stars and stripes of the United States and the Star of David of Israel, and described this air power from the 2 nations as unprecedented and unbearable, Matt.
David, let's just talk about some of the language, some of the messaging we heard from Pete Hegseth in particular. He reiterated several times that they pray to God, and he takes his orders from God and the president. And many people will wonder about that rhetoric. I mean, overtly religious, really, a rhetoric. And then the other thing is, in terms of answering some of those questions, there was a question there from someone at the Wall Street Journal about the radioactive material that is still in Iran, and it wasn't a particularly clear response as to how the US plans to deal with that at some point.
Yes, it is his tendency either to quote the Bible or to make a plea for divine intervention during these press conferences, which would be highly unusual for many people to see that coming from someone holding such high office. And it was something of a display of the Defence Secretary being at war with the media as much as he's at war with Iran. There was fierce criticism of some outlets in terms of how they are reporting the joint combat mission. In fact, he called for them to be more patriotic in their reporting. Again, quite remarkable. But I think the most telling thing we were hearing through all of that is not just that they've hit 15,000 targets to date, but that they are now vowing this will be the heaviest day of kinetic fire yet. Matt, if we look at that in context of recent comments, a few days ago, President Trump said the war will end very soon, but not this week. And then in a conversation with Fox News this morning, the Commander-in-Chief said that they were going to be hitting Iran very hard over the next week. And now we have both the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Admiral Dan Kane, and the self-styled Secretary of War telling us that this will be the heaviest day of kinetic fire yet. It begins to feel like they are building towards some kind of culmination, or an attempted culmination, as they seek an off-ramp, as they seek to get out of this war now. You heard Pete Hegseth being very critical of former presidents and former wars in terms of how they allowed conflicts to expand and to be drawn out over a long period of time. He's emphasising the fact that they have set objectives, and once those are achieved, then he believes President Trump will take his foot off the throttle and call this war to an end.
I mean, President Trump had his hands on social media, it looks like, at just after 4:30 this morning, local time, when he was posting to Truth Social. And if I can just follow up, David, as well, one thing Pete Hegseth was keen to focus on was narrowing things down in focus of their objectives. But at the same time, we've seen missiles leaving Iran and heading towards places like Turkey, where NATO defences have had to kick in. As much as what Pete Hegseth wants to say is about achieving the objectives, there is still that risk of broader mission creep.
Yeah, he talks about them decimating Iran, about this not being a fair fight, and nor should it be. But they do have issues with ongoing attacks from Iran, and they also clearly have an ongoing issue with the Strait of Hormuz. They were asked a lot about that during the press conference too. Yesterday, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, in an interview with our own Will Frost, suggested that the US Navy would soon be militarily ready to escort tankers through the strait to try and get the price of oil back down. This morning, again, in that interview with Fox News, President Trump appeared to row back from that somewhat, saying they would do that if necessary. Now, when Pete Hegseth and Dan Kane were pressed on that in the last few minutes, Pete Hegseth simply said, don't worry about it. President Trump has all the cards. And they talked about a range of options available to them if they need to do that. Dan Kane said it was a sequential thing. In other words, I think he's telling us they've got to deal with the war first, what's happening in Iran, these attacks that are happening, and then they will try to deal with what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz. But interestingly, in the meantime, Donald Trump is telling tanker owners to show some guts.
David, great to have your analysis from Washington, D.C. Thank you very much indeed. Let's take you through the other latest developments in the Middle East this lunchtime. Israel has expanded its offensive in Lebanon, with more strikes hitting the southern suburbs of the capital, Beirut, overnight. Earlier in the day, the Israel Defense Forces said it had launched another broad wave of strikes, targeting, it said, Hezbollah infrastructure in the city. Israel also announced an extensive wave of strikes on Tehran, with air defences activated over Iran's capital. It comes as the country's new supreme leader has vowed to keep up attacks and avenge those killed in the war. Meanwhile, almost 60 people have been injured in a missile attack on the village of Zarzir in northern Israel. These pictures show residents and rescue teams inspecting the damage from the strikes. A number of homes and vehicles were destroyed, but there are no reports of any people being killed. Iranian state TV has reported a large explosion in Tehran Square, where Iranians were marching this morning to mark Al-Quds Day, an annual international rally in support of Palestinians. The semi-official Tasnim news agency says it was the result of a US-Israeli bombing. The traditional demonstration started after the 1979 Iranian Revolution and takes place on the last Friday of Ramadan, with marches held in various places around the world. Earlier today, the Prime Minister Keir Starmer gave an update on the British effort in the Iran war.
Last night, RAF Typhoons extended their action to Bahrain, in addition to the other countries that we have been using that protection defensive work for, and of course Cyprus. And I can also just update, we now have 67,000 British nationals being returned home, so that's a number we keep working on.
You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has just been speaking from the Pentagon. He says Iran's new supreme leader is wounded and likely disfigured.
Mayhem in the Middle East, rippling in America's West.
Get back! Get back!
The resolve of these protesters is now being seriously tested. I saw police being forceful, pushing young men and women to the ground as they made almost 100 arrests.
None of this is a peaceful protest.
I'm Martha Kellner, and I'm Sky's US correspondent based here in Los Angeles. How are you feeling?
I am angry. It is an anti-woman agenda.
Will the cold affect your voters?
Well, we have a lot of tremendous support, but it's nasty out there.
Anybody else?
Should the Defense Secretary and the Vice...
Wait, what country are you
from? The UK?
Okay, we don't give a crap about your opinion and your reporting. Why don't you go back to your country where you have a major migrant problem?
President Biden, do you trust President Xi? President Biden says that this meeting went well. He said real progress was made on a whole host of issues. Will your candidates win?
I hope so. I think they will. I think they're great candidates.
There's no doubt that Kamala Harris and her team are harnessing the power of social media. Do you think Kamala is brat?
Kamala's brat.
Will you scared?
Yeah, we were scared. It was terrible. Strong wind, building tearing down.
As them say, God works, so we can't do nothing.
The people here know that worse storms may well be on their way. Sky News, get the full story first. Free wherever you get your news. Ghislaine Maxwell has pleaded not guilty to all 6 charges against her. Mum, how are you feeling today?
Jeffrey said, you answer to Ghislaine, you just don't cross her.
On Sky News.
We have just heard from the US Defense Secretary, or self-styled Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth. He says Iran's new supreme leader is wounded and likely disfigured. America's Defense Secretary also accused Iran of exercising sheer desperation in the Strait of Hormuz. Joining me now is Professor of International Politics at the University College of Dublin's Clinton Institute, Scott Lucas. Scott, good to have you with us. Hopefully you were watching Pete Hegseth's press conference alongside Dan Kane. What did you make of it?
Well, I have to be honest with your viewers. In terms of facts, it was of little value whatsoever. Beyond actually that information that you're reporting, that there may be more injuries aboard the USS Gerald Ford from the fire on there than was reported yesterday, with only 2 sailors. There's very little that came out. What you had, in fact, was a great deal of rhetoric, in particular from Hegseth, a great deal of invective, that the Iranian leadership are rats, that they're hiding. He attacked the press for actually reporting on what's happening. I think, as always with Hegseth, indeed with Donald Trump, it's important to juxtapose what they said versus the facts. So let me just give you a couple of examples that need to be followed up. First of all, the Iranian leadership are not hiding like rats. You've been showing the images of those hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions across Iran that are marching because it's Al-Quds Day, Jerusalem Day. Those include leaders of the regime, such as the National Security Council Chief Ali Larijani, such as President Pezeshkian, that are out there. It is true that Mojtaba Khamenei, and this has been acknowledged by Iranian officials, was injured in that strike that killed his father, the supreme leader, on February 28th. They said, yeah, he has suffered a broken leg, he has suffered facial injuries, but then you have Hegseth talking about, oh, he's disfigured. Get back to what is happening. Why I find it concerning probably is 2 things. One is, in terms of what has happened in the past, Hegseth still refused to admit the strike, the U.S. strike on the girls' school in southern Iran that killed 175 people at least. And that is an issue that is resonating throughout the Gulf and across the region. And secondly, in terms of the Straits of Hormuz, no, it came out in the last 24 hours. And U.S. officials let this be known to the New York Times, to CNN. The Trump administration did not plan for the Iranian closure of the Straits of Hormuz. They did not plan for it all. And indeed, it has been acknowledged by Trump officials earlier this week that they are still not in a position to patrol the Straits of Hormuz. So for Hegseth to come out and say there's absolutely no issue here, it's all going to be fine. Look, come on. This isn't a question of being pro or anti-Trump, pro or anti-Iran or U.S. We need to know exactly where we are in a war which is now uncontained.
Yes. It is interesting, Scott, isn't it? He said 12, 13 days in. Well, this is actually day 14, and tomorrow marks 2 weeks since the action started. Nevertheless, they thought it would be done and dusted by now, didn't they?
Yeah, and I think it's important as analysts to say what that means, that when those initial strikes went in on February 28th, and those were very successful from a military point of view. You've killed the supreme leader, you've killed dozens of Iranian officials and commanders, but it appears that the Trump administration, possibly the Israelis, thought, well, that's it. The regime will collapse very soon. But the regime didn't collapse. That meant that the Americans were not prepared for the Iranian retaliation, including on the Gulf states, that happened that very day. And what it has meant is that the Trump folks don't have a plan B. All you can do, and we heard it again from Hegseth, is you keep firing missiles after missiles after missiles. But It doesn't appear that the regime's going to crack. For that, you would probably need U.S. ground troops. And of course, the Trump folks are saying, we don't really want to go there. Hegs this line about we're not involved in nation building.
Yeah, Scott, something did leap out at me, and it was a question asked by a journalist from the Wall Street Journal about nuclear materials. You know, that's clearly still there. Whether or not it's in weapons form, well, highly unlikely. But nevertheless, that was something that Pete Hegseth did not really deal with. And that's a big problem if there's radioactive material, sizable amounts of it, buried somewhere.
Yeah, because I think the Trump folks have been trying to avoid the big questions you talk about by floating these ideas that go out there. So, for example, at one point it was Iranian Kurds who are based in Iraq could come back across the border and stir up an uprising in Western Iran. That idea was scotched, possibly because of Turkish objections. Then it was maybe U.S. troops could go in and take Karg Island, which is the main terminal for Iranian oil. That seems to have gone. And then it was the idea of, we'll go in and we'll take all the nuclear material. But think this through. First of all, a lot of that nuclear material is buried deep underground from last June's strikes by the Israelis. Secondly, it's not easy to transport nuclear material, even if you could get to it with special forces. It's highly dangerous to try to get it out. It's not like it's in a little box that you can carry away. And of course, thirdly, do you think the Iranian military is going to stand aside and just say, yeah, come on in, you can have this stuff?
Scott, final question, because President Zelensky of Ukraine is meeting President Macron in Paris today. And, of course, what the US has done is paused sanctions on Russia selling its oil. Zelensky, understandably, saying that's not particularly helpful. Final point on that from you.
The Trump folks are prepared to abandon the defense of Ukraine and European security because they're in this unending attempt to take down the Iranian regime. Russian oil revenues dropped 47% in January and February compared to a year ago. They were having problems maintaining the finance to keep that invasion going in its 5th year. And the United States under Donald Trump has just given them a lifeline.
Scott Lucas from University College Dublin, thank you very much indeed for joining us here this afternoon.
Thank you.
You're watching Sky News. Coming up in a moment, US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, as we were just discussing, has been speaking from the Pentagon. He said various things, including Iran's new supreme leader being wounded and likely disfigured. Samantha Washington will be here after 1 o'clock to take you through the afternoon on Sky News.
With the war in the Middle East, America's defense secretary has accused Iran of exercising sheer desperation in the Strait of Hormuz. It comes as officials confirm that 2 U.S. sailors have been injured. That's after a fire broke out on the USS Gerald Ford. Well, earlier we heard from U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth.
Iran has no air defenses. Iran has no air force. Iran has no navy. Their missiles, their missile launchers and drones being destroyed or shot out of the sky. Their missile volume is down 90%. Their one-way attack drones yesterday, down 95%. And as the world is seeing, they are exercising sheer desperation in the Straits of Hormuz. Something we're dealing with, we have been dealing with it, and don't need to worry about it. We're on plan to defeat, destroy, disable all of their meaningful military capabilities at a pace the world has never seen before. President Trump holds the cards. He'll determine the pace, the tempo, and the timing of this conflict. His hand firmly on the wheel, as well as on the throttle setting. America first, peace through strength, in action.
Let's bring in our US correspondent, David Blevins. Hello there to you, David. We'll come on to what we heard about the military intention from the US administration in just a moment, but it's the first time we got a meaningful update about the new Supreme Leader, isn't it?
That's right, Sam. For the first time, the United States appearing to confirm that they believe the new Supreme Leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, has been injured, possibly disfigured, Pete Hegseth said. He described the son of the late Ayatollah as cowering in a hole because, and I quote, that's what rats do. They appear to be basing that upon the fact that he released a written statement yesterday calling for the death of the martyrs, as he phrased it, to be avenged, rather than a video recorded or even audio recorded statement. So Pete Hegseth appears to be really focusing on the fact that Iran is under pressure, despite the fact that the United States is clearly also having a number of injuries to report and the loss of airmen over Iraq too.
OK, David, and in terms of the military intention, and we heard from Pete Hegseth that today is going to be the busiest day to date. Does that suggest that all of this is coming to some kind of culmination?
Yeah, day 13 and the self-styled Secretary of War certainly remains in bullish form. He claimed they had struck a staggering 15,000 targets, that when the Islamic Revolutionary Guard looks up to the skies, he said all they see is the stars and stripes of the United States and the Star of David of Israel, and described the joint firepower of the two air forces as unprecedented and unbeatable. But he said this would be the heaviest day of kinetic fire yet. And Sam, when you look at that within the context of other remarks made in recent days, President Trump said a few days ago the war would end very soon, but not this week. Then, speaking to Fox News on the radio this morning, he said that they were going to hit Iran very hard next week. And now we have Pete Hegseth and Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, talking about this being the heaviest day yet. It does feel like they're throwing everything at this now, that it is building towards some kind of culmination, or at least an American attempt at a culmination, so that they can bring this to a conclusion as quickly as possible.
We'll see, won't we, David? Thank you for the update there for us from Washington. Well, US Central Command has confirmed that 4 crew members died when an American refueling plane crashed in Iraq yesterday. It's also said that the loss of the aircraft was not due to hostile or friendly fire. Sky's Sally Lockwood brings us this update now. She is in Dubai.
4 US service personnel have been killed in this incident in Iraq yesterday. A refueling aircraft went down in western Iraq. 6 crew members were on board, and we're now receiving this news, this confirmation from the US military that 4 of those crew members were killed. Now, previously, there were 7 US personnel who'd lost their lives
in this war so far. 6 of those were killed in an incident in Kuwait. 1 died of wounds that they sustained in an attack in Saudi Arabia. And now, of course, this news that 4 more US service personnel have been killed in this aircraft incident yesterday that went down in western Iraq, a refueling aircraft. Now, the circumstances around the incident are still very unclear. However, the loss of the aircraft was apparently not due to any hostile fire or friendly fire. The identities of the service members has not been released yet. We don't expect that to happen until at the earliest tomorrow. But of course, Donald Trump did warn that there would probably be more casualties and American deaths in this war. And it's going to be very interesting to see the American response to this today. His approval ratings are already very low when it comes to American support for this war and their approval in terms of how he's handling it. And this news will not be welcome at all by the American public. I think we can predict that the number of people that they've now lost in this war so far in just 2 weeks has risen to 11.
Also, Sally, just as you were speaking there, we're hearing that in Turkey, the defence ministry there has said a missile fired from Iran was destroyed by NATO defences stationed in the eastern Mediterranean, which shows a couple of things, how far-reaching these attacks can be. And also, this could be seen as an attack on a NATO country, and therefore people will be wondering about Article 5. Look, that's just emerged. We should also talk about this latest missile hitting what looked like a rally in Tehran too.
Yeah, you're right to mention that about Turkey, Matt. That's not the first time that NATO defences have shot down an incoming missile coming in from Iran, and that is a frontier that we are watching extremely closely, of course, because that would have wide-reaching implications if indeed NATO did become involved in this war. But yes, certainly there's been a lot of news coming out of Iran today as well. Large demonstrations in Iran today for Quds Day, which is a day in support of Palestinians. It's an annual event that takes place on the last Friday of Ramadan. It's taken place every year since the 1979 revolution. And we've seen images of large gatherings in the centre of Tehran, pro-regime supporters there burning US and Israeli flags, and then news emerging as well of a large explosion in a square in central Tehran, with a square that was packed with demonstrators who were there for this annual Quds Day event. And the cause of the blast isn't immediately known, but it has come very shortly after Israel warned people to clear the area because it was planning a strike. And certainly, if you listen to what Donald Trump's been saying overnight on his Truth Social, he's said that in quite an inflammatory post overnight, he said, watch what happens to these deranged scumbags today, when he was talking about Iran's leadership. It sounds like we could see Israeli and US strikes on Iran intensifying today.
Well, we can walk you through the other latest development today. This is giving you a flavour of what is going on inside Lebanon. Israel has expanded its offensive there, with more strikes hitting the southern suburbs of Beirut overnight. Earlier in the day, the Israeli Defense Forces said that it had launched another broad wave of strikes targeting Hezbollah infrastructure in the city. Well, Israel also announced an extensive wave of strikes on Tehran, with air defences activated over the city. It comes as Iran's new supreme leader has vowed to keep up attacks and avenge those killed in the war. Meanwhile, almost 60 people have been injured in a missile attack on the village of Zazir in northern Israel. These pictures here show residents and rescue teams inspecting the damage from those strikes. A number of homes and vehicles have been destroyed, but there are no reports of any deaths. Well, there are growing questions over how much the UK is willing to get involved in the war. The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, gave this update.
Last night, RAF Typhoons extended their action to Bahrain, in addition to the other countries that we have been using that protection defensive work for and of course Cyprus. And I can also just update, we now have 67,000 British nationals being returned home. So that's a number we keep working on.
Well, the US has announced a controversial new strategy in an attempt to end the volatility in the price of oil that 2 weeks of war in Iran has resulted in. For the next 30 days, it's going to lift some sanctions on Russian oil that were imposed because of a different war, that one in Ukraine. It means that Moscow will be able to sell its oil that is currently stranded at sea. The US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent sat down with Sky's Will Frost yesterday evening ahead of the announcement and explained Washington's thinking.
The Russian barrels are on the water, and it is a quick source of for the Indian refineries. The other way to think about it is those barrels are going to end up in China anyway.
But is it a shame that Russia benefits?
Sorry, again, that it is unfortunate, and we hope that it will be in a micro period that they will benefit.
Meanwhile, the Chancellor and Energy Secretary will meet fuel bosses later today to discuss keeping prices at the pump fair for consumers. Rachel Reeves issued a statement on that in which she writes, "It is vital that we ensure that customers, particularly consumers and small businesses, are not hit by undue increases in prices at this challenging time. And I am confident that the CMA will not hesitate to use any powers at its disposal to act strongly against any unacceptable conduct, such as profiteering or exploitation of the situation. I will not tolerate any company exploiting the current crisis to make excess profits at customers' expense." Meanwhile, Donald Trump has said that Iran is welcome at the 2026 World Cup, but that it is not appropriate for them to be there for their own life and safety. Now, those comments come just 2 days after the FIFA president, Gianni Infantino, said that he had received assurances from Trump that Iran would be welcome at the tournament, which the United States is co-hosting with Mexico and Canada. Well, I'm joined in the studio now by Sky's Rob Harris. Afternoon to you, Rob. Fair to say, some mixed messaging coming out of the White House.
Yes, this has been a developing situation through the week about whether or not Iran wants to go to the World Cup in the US, whether or not they'll be allowed to go to the tournament. Now, we can go through the various posts and comments this week. Donald Trump put this out last night on Truth Social, talking about how it would be the greatest and safest sporting event and how all players, officials and fans will be treated like stars. Now, that might not seem that remarkable in normal times from a national leader ahead of a tournament to be posting, but it came hours after his other post. This is remarkable, even for the unprecedented nature of this presidency, for this to come from a host nation. He posted, "The Iran national soccer team is welcome to the World Cup, but I really don't believe it is appropriate that they will be there for their own life and safety." Now, what he did...
Yeah.
He didn't say whose safety is under threat in terms of who's posing that threat to the safety, where's it coming from? Well, this did come after we'd heard from the Iranian side. They'd already said they don't want to go to the US. The sports minister had said it, the federation president had said it, but it wasn't the announcement of an official boycott from them. We've not heard from FIFA that it's been submitted in any way. They're due to play their group games in Seattle and the Los Angeles area, and as it stands now, we just don't know what the position will be with 3 months to go.
Right, OK, so it could go either way. What do you reckon?
Well, the way Donald Trump's talking is there's some threat to them even being there. Is it a threat to them back home if they come and participate? There are already visa issues. Iran is subject to Trump's travel ban from his first term. So the World Cup draw in December in Washington, not everyone could go there. At a recent meeting that they were holding in the States ahead of the tournament, all the teams were there, apart from one. Fans won't be able to get any visas, so there'd have to be exemptions already for the players to be able to go there and other team members. So this is a real standoff now. And as we know with Trump, the situation can change hour by hour.
And have we heard from Mexico and Canada about it?
No, we haven't. So that whether or not Iran could switch their game somehow to those other nations. But, you know, Belgium, Egypt and New Zealand, who are due to play them in the group stage, well, their fans would already be planning their trips as well, even if tickets won't be confirmed at this stage. But it is a complicated situation. And however the groups pan out, Iran and the US could play in the knockout stages.
Oh, well, that would be interesting, wouldn't it? So, at the moment, policy on it clear as mud, but appreciate you wading through it for us, Rob Harris there. Now, Lebanese and US officials say that a man who was killed trying to attack a synagogue in Michigan yesterday lost several members of his family in an Israeli airstrike in Lebanon last week. 41-year-old Ayman Mohammed Ghazali was a US citizen, but he was born in Lebanon. He was armed with a rifle when he crashed his vehicle into the synagogue. The vehicle then caught fire and he was then shot dead by security officers. A new photograph has come to light from the millions of Epstein file documents that have been published by the US Department of Justice. It's the first photo that shows Epstein together with both the former Duke of York, Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, and Lord Mandelson, who, of course, lost his job as UK ambassador to the United States over the fallout from the files. Let's bring in our political correspondent, Lucy McDade. Hello there to you, Lucy. What do you make of this photograph and, indeed, where it takes us?
Yeah, well, as you say, this is the first known photograph of the three men together, Lord Peter Mandelson, Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, and the paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. As you can see from the photo, you've got them all sitting around a wooden table, drinking from mugs with the US flag, and Peter Mandelson and Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor in bathrobes. We have no date or time for the photograph. It was uncovered by ITV News. They are reporting that it was taken in Martha's Vineyard, an island off Cape Cod in the United States.
To our top story now. It is 13 days since the United States and Israel first sent missiles into Iran. Occasionally, we're able to speak to people inside the country. It is very difficult, of course, because of the internet blackout. Just over a week ago, I was able to speak to Dr. Behzad. He is a doctor running a private medical practice in Tehran, and I've got him on the telephone now. Apologies in advance if we have any trouble with that line. As you can understand, it has been a little unstable. Dr. Behzad, thank you very much for speaking to us today on Sky News. We heard from the United States a short while ago, who said that today was the most active, busiest day militarily in this war to date. What is it like living in Tehran?
Hello again, and thank you for having me again. Just at 10 o'clock in the morning, we heard huge explosions and blasts close to north of Tehran. And afterwards, there has been no further attacks, which I'm aware of. Just 2 nights ago, I was hearing the voice of drones flying over our houses and our residences. Apart from these, I can tell you that there are not too many people on the streets, as we have been instructed not to leave our homes because it is risky and there might be explosions on the streets. As you know, there have been recent drone attacks to the checkpoints, which has been held by Basij and militia and the police stations. So the only stores that are now open, apart from it, the other stores are mostly closed, and as you know, it's very close to the New Year in Tehran and in Iran. So in usual times, the stores are usually open up to late night, but now the economy has been in terrible closure. There is no markets apart from supermarkets and the groceries which are open.
And Dr. Behzad, how are people feeling, particularly given that it's not clear how much longer this might continue? I think we might have lost that line there.
Sorry, I couldn't hear your question. I just heard the first part. How the people are?
How the people are feeling. 13 days of this so far. Not clear how much longer you'll have to endure it.
To be balanced, if you ask from pro-government civilians, they feel that they should resist and they are winning this war. On the other side, those civilians who are not pro-government are in the gray zone or just to the far against the current regime. They support these attacks, but to them, even to them, it's not clear that how it is going to be ended. The regime has been able to show that they can control the situation on the cities and on the streets, and they warn the people as protesters not to be on the streets, and they cannot be tolerated. And they clearly say that there is a risk if you come on the streets to protest, and they will then they will kill the protesters. Yeah.
And Dr. Behzad, what do you make of the American claims that the new supreme leader has been badly wounded and disfigured?
Personally, I can't comment on that because nobody knows. Even I have friends of mine who are pro-government, but nobody really knows. If there is any claims, it should be from the intelligence that, as civilians, we don't have any access to them. Yeah.
And would you not have thought, given the desire for the regime to symbolically show some kind of continuity, some defiance, that you'd have seen more from him?
As I told you, they think that just when they have been able to resist on the ground, they have won the war. They don't tell that we have lost ships or our air force or the missiles which are not being fired at the same rate as they did during the first day of the war. So this is a battle of narratives, you know. Both sides are trying to say that we are going to win this war, and nobody knows. As civilians, we are just living and witnessing the battle, which has been both on the Persian Gulf and on our cities as well. Yeah.
Well, Dr. Behzad, it's been good to talk to you twice so far to give us a sense of what is happening inside the country, and we very much appreciate your time in talking to us.
Yes, thank you very much.
Well, we can get some more perspective on this now. I'm joined here in the studio by global affairs journalist and the author of The Heartbeat of Iran, Tara Kangaloo. Tara, thank you very much for being with us here and also for helping us arrange the conversations that we've had both times now with the doctor. What do you make of what we're hearing from people like him inside Tehran on what the United States tells us is today the busiest day militarily in the whole conflict?
Sam, that is, by the way, something that we've been hearing throughout the week, both from Washington and also Tehran, that, again, the forces are going in and doubling down on their aggression. And today we heard from Secretary of State Hegseth that today would be the harshest strike. But quite frankly, we've heard that sentiment previously. Unpacking what Dr. Behzad said, I think he pointed something very important, and that is the fight for narrative. Yeah. And that takes us to what's happening domestically in Iran. So the Iranian government and the Iranian regime today in particular, with the Quds rallies, was trying to project this image of defiance, that we are united in this fight against the United States and Israel. We saw individuals like the country's foreign minister, the country's president, Pezeshkian,
all out on the streets, which is surprising.
Absolutely, under strikes. And by the way, the Iranian state news is reporting that a woman was killed as a result of one of the strikes near the protests. So despite the ongoing strikes and drones, as Dr. Behzad was explaining, people in support of the government have been on the streets. And that tells us that faction, in more ways than one, has been emboldened, right? And that has been one of the fears of ordinary citizens and civilians like Dr. Behzad, who, again, as he said, are just standing by to see what that day after looks like. He also mentioned that initially there were some Iranians, again in Iran, those opposing the regime, who thought maybe, just maybe, these airstrikes would result in that change, in this regime collapse. And of course, they're the ones left now bearing the brunt. Sam, as you know, the Red Crescent in Iran reported over 1,300 killed civilians, more than 19,000 civilian infrastructures damaged and destroyed. And I've been talking to sources despite this internet blackout, and we are indeed very lucky to be able to get Dr. Behzad on the line. But they're telling me that at a time, Sam, where the country's economy has already been in shambles, we have no idea where our next meal is coming from, and when all of this is going to come to an end, and how would that day after look like?
And Tara, you talked there about, very rightly, about the battle for narrative as well coming out of the country. What do you make of these reports from the American administration that the new supreme leader has been pretty gravely wounded, he's disfigured? People in Iran don't know whether that's true or not.
And quite frankly, Sam, that doesn't even matter for the staunch supporters of the regime and the IRGC supporters, because for them, this has been a victory. You know, for them, they think they have their new supreme leader. Whether or not they see him or not, again, Mojtaba Khamenei has not been publicly seen or heard really much even before all of this. And the rallies that we really saw today told us that, again, this regime in its most hardline shape and form is forging on, and that that leaves the majority of the population in some ways left with a more emboldened and hardline regime. And when it comes to the United States, we both heard what Secretary of War Hegseth said, again, very much asserting that the mission has been achieved and they're going to continue to essentially bring the regime of Iran to surrender. Again, how would that look like? We still don't know. And there are a lot of questions as to the future of the nuclear program. And I think we heard a bit about that today, but I think that is something to look closely to, as it really was the catalyst for this war.
Indeed. I'd like to talk to you more about that. We're out of time now, but I think we've got you for the afternoon, so we can talk about that next time. Tara, thank you. Let's have a quick look at the weather.
Dinner under the stars tonight?
That reminds me of our travel insurance.
You mean All Clear Skies?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News weather.
Well, rain clearing to the near continent is leaving us in a cold air mass with temperatures below average for this time of year, along with some wintry showers. Conditions remain changeable over the weekend and into next week, but high pressure looks like bringing quieter, warmer conditions from midweek onward. This afternoon, there'll be sunny spells and showers. Some of those showers could be heavy and thundery, whilst those over the high ground of the north will fall as sleet or snow. An area of more organised showers through central parts of the country will bring a wintry mix to the higher ground.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News weather.
You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, America's Defense Secretary accuses Iran of exercising sheer desperation, he says, in the Straits of Hormuz. Well, the US Central Command has confirmed that 4 crew members died when an American refueling plane crashed in Iraq yesterday. It's also said that the loss of the aircraft was not due to hostile or friendly fire. Sky's Sally Lockwood brings us this update now from Dubai.
4 US service personnel have been killed in this incident in Iraq yesterday. A refueling aircraft went down in western Iraq. 6 crew members were on board, and we're now receiving this news, this confirmation from the US military that 4 of those crew members were killed. Now, previously, there were 7 US personnel who'd lost their lives in this war so far. 6 of those were killed in an incident in Kuwait. 1 died of wounds that they sustained in an attack in Saudi Arabia. And now, of course, this news that 4 more US service personnel have been killed in this aircraft incident yesterday that went down in western Iraq, a refueling aircraft. Now, the circumstances around the incident are still very unclear. However, the loss of the aircraft was apparently not due to any hostile fire or friendly fire. The identities of the service members has not been released yet. We don't expect that to happen until at the earliest tomorrow. But of course, Donald Trump did warn that there would probably be more casualties and American deaths in this war. And it's going to be very interesting to see the American response to this today. His approval ratings are already very low when it comes to American support for this war and their approval in terms of how he's handling it. And this news will not be welcome at all by the American public. I think we can predict that the number of people that they've now lost in this war so far in just 2 weeks has risen to 11.
Also, Sally, just as you were speaking there, we're hearing that in Turkey, the defence ministry there has said a missile fired from Iran was destroyed by NATO defences stationed in the eastern Mediterranean, which shows a couple of things, how far-reaching these attacks can be. And also, this could be seen as an attack on a NATO country, and therefore people will be wondering about Article 5. Look, that's just emerged. We should also talk about this latest missile hitting what looked like a rally in Tehran too.
Yeah, you're right to mention that about Turkey, Matt. That's not the first time that NATO defences have shot down an incoming missile coming in from Iran, and that is a frontier that we are watching extremely closely, of course, because that would have wide-reaching implications if indeed NATO did become involved in this war. But yes, certainly there's been a lot of news coming out of Iran today as well. Large demonstrations in Iran today for Quds Day, which is a day in support of Palestinians. It's an annual event that takes place on the last Friday of Ramadan. It's taken place every year since the 1979 revolution. And we've seen images of large gatherings in the centre of Tehran, pro-regime supporters there burning US and Israeli flags, and then news emerging as well of a large explosion in a square in central Tehran, with a square that was packed with demonstrators who were there for this annual Quds Day event. And the cause of the blast isn't immediately known, but it has come very shortly after Israel warned people to clear the area because it was planning a strike. And certainly, if you listen to what Donald Trump's been saying overnight on his Truth Social, he's said that, in quite an inflammatory post overnight, he said, watch what happens to these deranged scumbags today, when he was talking about Iran's leadership. It sounds like we could see Israeli and US strikes on Iran intensifying today.
Well, that was the analysis from Sally Lockwood in Dubai. We can now take you through the other latest developments of this conflict. Well, Israel has expanded its offensive in Lebanon. More strikes have been hitting the southern suburbs of Beirut overnight. And earlier in the day, the Israeli Defense Forces said that it had launched another broad wave of strikes targeting Hezbollah infrastructure in the city. Israel also announced an extensive wave of strikes on Tehran, with air defences activated over the city. That comes as Iran's new supreme leader has vowed to keep up attacks and avenge those killed in the war. Meanwhile, almost 60 people have been injured in a missile attack on the village of Zarzia in northern Israel. These pictures show residents and rescue teams inspecting that damage from the strikes. A number of homes and vehicles have been destroyed. There are no reports, though, of any deaths. Well, there are growing questions over how much the UK is willing to get involved in this war. The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, gave this update.
Last night, RAF Typhoons extended their action to Bahrain, in addition to the other countries that we have been using that protection defensive work for, and of course Cyprus. And I can also just update, we now have 67,000 British nationals being returned home. So that's a number we keep working on.
Well, the United States has announced a controversial new strategy in an attempt to end the volatility we've been seeing in the price of oil that 2 weeks of war in Iran has resulted in. For the next 30 days, it's going to lift some sanctions on Russian oil that were imposed because of a different war, of course, that one in Ukraine. Well, it means that Moscow will now be able to sell its oil that is currently stranded at sea. The US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent sat down with Sky's Wilfred Frost yesterday evening ahead of that announcement and explained Washington's thinking.
The Russian barrels are on the water, and it is a quick source of for the Indian refineries. The other way to think about it is those barrels are going to end up in China anyway.
But is it a shame that Russia benefits?
Sorry, again, that it is unfortunate, and we hope that it will be in a micro period that they will benefit.
Well, Donald Trump has said that Iran is welcome at the 2026 World Cup, but that it is not appropriate for them to be there for their own life and safety. Those comments come 2 days after the FIFA president, Gianni Infantino, said that he had received assurances from Trump that Iran would be welcome at the tournament, which the United States will be co-hosting alongside Mexico and Canada. I'm joined now to make sense of all of this with Rob Harris, who's in the studio with me. Sort of clear as mud, isn't it, what the policy is here coming from the US administration? Is Iran welcome or not?
Well, so many mixed messages. And to step back this week, it started with Donald Trump calling out Australia for not doing enough to protect Iran's women's team, who are currently there at the start of the week. And it ends them saying that the US can't protect Iran's men's team at the World Cup this summer. So where are we at? Well, late last night, Trump put this post out on Truth Social. It looks pretty regular for a sports event, talking about it being the greatest and safest ever. Then he talks about how all players, officials and fans be treated like stars. But that had come a few hours after this other post, which said, the Iran national soccer team is welcome to the World Cup, but I really don't believe it is appropriate that they will be there for their own life and safety. Well,
who's attacking them in his mind?
Well, that wasn't stated. We've also not heard from FIFA why the US believes it can't protect Iran or Iran are under threat. Of course, this is a war launched by a World Cup co-host alongside Israel against one of the participating nations. Well, the Iranian sports minister and football federation head had already this week indicated they weren't going to go to the US, but that was not an official boycott announcement. And to complicate things further, we heard from Iran's national team itself, the men's players, who put out this statement last night. And they said about how they qualified for this event with authority and through consecutive victories, becoming one of the first teams to reach this great tournament. Certainly no one can remove the Iranian national team from the World Cup. And now it seems to refer to the US. Rather, the country that should be removed is the one that merely carries the title of host, but does not have the ability to ensure security for the teams participating in this event. FIFA are not removed from this in any way. And are they neutral? Well, no, because the president, Gianni Infantino, is very closely aligned with Donald Trump. And
yes, the FIFA Peace Prize, wasn't it?
yes, and that was handed out just months after the first waves of attacks by the US on Iran last year against the nuclear sites. And Gianni Infantino was at the White House this week with Donald Trump, and he left that with by assurances, he said on social media, that all teams would be welcome. So,
any chance that these matches might end up getting played in the other host nations, perhaps?
Well, that's what we wait to hear, because Iran is due to play its 3 group stage games on the West Coast in Seattle and the Los Angeles area. FIFA has 3 months to figure this out until the tournament begins. There's a big congress at the end of April, so there's no immediate pressure, but certainly this is a crisis engulfing the World Cup like they've really never seen before.
Yeah, gosh, it has all sorts of ramifications, doesn't it, this conflict? Rob, thank you very much indeed for trying to make sense of all of that for us. To other news now, and a new photograph has come to light from the millions of Epstein file documents that have been published by the US Department of Justice. It is the first photo that shows Epstein together with both the former Duke of York, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, and Lord Mandelson, who, of course, lost his job as UK ambassador to the United States. update. We'll update you if it changes again, of course. I'm now joined by Fraser Maud, who joins us from a petrol forecourt in Harrogate. You've also been speaking to customers, Fraser, I understand there, who have been affected by this change in prices.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's hard to find cheap petrol anywhere, and therefore, as you'd expect, it's pretty hard to find happy motorists either. Just in this area around Harrogate, I've seen prices today ranging from $1.38, $1.39 for a litre of unleaded up to $1.49 for a litre of unleaded. But many people in other parts of the country might be saying, well, they're lucky, that's pretty cheap. We've heard reports of prices being as high as £1.80 a litre in some parts of the country. All of this, people think, is part of what's known as rocket and feather pricing, where as soon as there is a problem with the market, it's a very volatile oil market at the moment, the prices shoot up like a rocket, but then when the prices come down, they come down very slowly. I think people think that there is perhaps some profiteering going on. That's some of the language that the government have been using that's upset the petrol retailers, but people aren't sure whether it's happening at the forecourt or from the companies that are supplying the fuel in the first instance. So talking to motorists today, clearly none of them are particularly happy. This is what a few of them have said to me.
Bound to happen, isn't it, with the way the world is? It's I think it's all theatre.
How much is it affecting you?
Oh, it's massively. It's silly.
It's a nightmare for me. I'm a self-employed cleaner, so top up £5 when I can. Keeps me going. But yeah, I can never fill up anymore. It's too expensive, so...
Really, that bad?
Yeah, for me, yeah. But
do you think there's a bit of profiteering going on?
definitely the new one up the road. It's about 20p more, so yeah.
And what about the government? Could they be doing more, keep the prices down?
Of course they could.
Well, it's just a bit of a nightmare, really. And it's just the fuel prices going up and down all the time. And now they're just rising because of what's going on. It's just, well, everything's... Driving that van as well, it costs a fortune.
Well, like many of us in recent days, I've seen long queues at some of the petrol forecourts where there have been lower prices, some of them running out of fuel altogether, even though that might only be temporarily. It's not quite panic buying, but motorists are clearly looking to shop around. A couple of the motorists I spoke to here in Harrogate at one petrol station simply had done a drive-through saying, no, I'm not going to fill up here, I'm going to try and find somewhere cheaper. I've heard that it's 5p a litre or 10p a litre cheaper elsewhere, and that's where I'm going to take my business. So people clearly are feeling the pinch. They clearly are trying to shop smart when it comes to buying fuel. Not always an option for everyone, particularly out in more remote areas perhaps, but it's something that people are very aware of and something that people are clearly unhappy about and would like to see the government do more to keep those prices down.
Yeah, OK. Thank you very much indeed for that update from the petrol forecourt, which seems to now be part of a new battleground between customers and those who work there. Time to have a quick look at the weather. On Sky News. It is exactly 2 weeks since the start of the war with Iran, and America's Defense Secretary has accused the Iranian leaders of hiding like rats underground. Mojtaba Khamenei, who was appointed to succeed his father as supreme leader, released his first statement yesterday in which he did not appear in person. At the Pentagon, Pete Hegseth also insisted that the US was dealing with Iranian attacks on the Strait of Hormuz and boasted of destroying Iran's navy and defense industry. That's after Tehran claimed that strikes had closed the key oil route. Let's take a listen now to what the US Defense Secretary had to say about Iran's supreme leader.
Iran's leadership is in no better shape. Desperate and hiding, they've gone underground, cowering. That's what rats do. We know the new so-called not-so-supreme leader is wounded and likely disfigured. He put out a statement yesterday, a weak one, actually, but there was no voice and there was no video. It was a written statement. He called for unity. Apparently killing tens of thousands of protesters is his kind of unity. Iran has plenty of cameras and plenty of voice recorders. Why a written statement?
Well, despite Mr. Hegseth's assertion that the leadership was cowering underground, this is the president that you can see there. He was seen out on the streets of Tehran today, meeting those who had gathered for Al-Quds Day demonstrations in the capital. You can see him shaking hands, taking photos with locals as he attended the rally. We can speak now to our US correspondent, David Blevins. David, it's almost like a war of narratives as well as an actual war, isn't it? The US administration saying that today is going to be the most intense militarily, and yet you see one of the de facto leaders there, or certainly one of the interim de facto leaders, walking around as if almost nothing's happening.
Yes, a kind of split-screen scenario where you have the self-styled Secretary of War appearing to confirm that the new supreme leader of Iran, Mojtaba Khamenei, has been wounded, he says, disfigured probably, and cowering, in his words, like a rat in a hole in the ground. At the same time, you have the Iranian president out and about, as we've seen, appearing very fit and well. And we've also had some comments from Ali Larijani, who is Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council in Iran. This is what he had to say. The problem with US President Donald Trump is that he's not intelligent enough to understand that Iranians are a mature and strong and determined nation. The more pressure he exerts, the stronger our nation's willpower will become. Quite the contrast to what Pete Hegseth was claiming. He had suggested they had hit 15,000 enemy targets, that the Air Force, the Navy, all missile launchers had been, in his words, decimated, and then vowed that this would be the heaviest day of kinetic fire yet. The United States also going as far as to say there would be no quarter, no mercy for the enemy in the days ahead. Very strong language. No quarter, of course, would be a breach of international law. Not the first time the Pentagon has been accused of that over the course of the last 14 days.
David, Pete Hegseth also updating on the impact on US service personnel, but a recent update since we heard from him from Central Command confirming the loss of another 6 in that refuelling aircraft over Iraq.
Yes, the loss, the confirmation from US Central Command that all 6 crew members on board that refuelling aircraft that went down over western Iraq have been lost brings now to 13 the number of US personnel that have been lost during the course of this joint combat mission. They also confirmed during the Pentagon briefing this morning that 2 naval personnel had been injured when fire broke out on the USS Gerald Ford, but the Defence Secretary Pete Hegseth simply summarised that in 4 words: bad things can happen. Instead, he wanted to focus on what was happening to the Supreme Leader, the new Supreme Leader, and encouraged the press to not ask difficult probing questions, but to instead be patriotic in how they reported this war. And not for the first time, he then paused his press briefing to make a plea for divine intervention, to pray for the support of the American forces. And interestingly, that came as Pope Leo was urging Christian political leaders who engage in war to question really whether or not they are followers of Jesus Christ. So quite a contradiction between what we're hearing from the Pentagon and what we're hearing from the Vatican.
Yes, indeed. All right, David, thank you for that update for us from Washington. Just a further update off the back of that. The Defence Secretary here, John Healey, has put an update on his social media. He is saying he is deeply saddened by the death of a French soldier and the wounding of French personnel in Iraq. My sincere condolences to the family and to our French allies. These incidents remind us of the dangers that our forces face to keep us safe. Well, we can now take you through some of the other key developments today. Well, that's the view from inside Lebanon. Israel has expanded its offensive there with more strikes hitting the southern suburbs of Beirut overnight. Earlier in the day, the Israel Defense Forces said that it had launched another broad wave of strikes targeting Hezbollah infrastructure in the city. Meanwhile, almost 60 people have been injured in a missile attack on the village of Zarzia, that's in northern Israel. These pictures show residents and rescue teams inspecting the damage from these strikes. A number of homes and vehicles have been destroyed, but there are no reports of any deaths. Growing questions, though, over how much the UK is willing to get involved in this war. The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, gave this update.
Last night, RAF Typhoons extended their action to Bahrain, in addition to the other countries that we have been using that protection defensive work for, and of course Cyprus. And I can also just update, we now have 67,000 British nationals been returned home. So that's a number we keep working on.
I'm joined in the studio now by global affairs journalist and author of The Heartbeat of Iran, Tara Kangaloo. Tara, you and I were both listening to that address from Pete Hegseth together. What stood out to you?
Indeed, and we are, of course, talking about how he said, the new Supreme Leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, has been injured, and he also criticized the fact that we haven't seen him in public or heard from him, which sounded that he is, in some ways, undermining the strength of the Iranian regime. And what stood out to me, Sam, is that he also said, right now, who's in charge in Iran? Iranians may not even know. But in some ways, the images that we're getting out of Iran today is contrary to what the Secretary of War is claiming.
It's like how David Blevins, our correspondent in the US, was saying it's almost like a split screen, because you've got Pete Hegseth saying that, they're hiding like rats, and then you see the president walking around, shaking hands, looking pretty relaxed.
On the streets, exactly. And just to contextualize, it's Quds Day, which is the last Friday of Ramadan. And this is a pro-government celebration and rally that goes on every year in support of, the Palestinian cause and mainly opposition to Israel. And not only, Sam, we're seeing the president just very casually roaming the street, but also the head of National Security Council, Larijani, Arafi, again, if you remember, part of that 3-member transitional group. He was there there. The foreign minister, Araghchi, just smiling his way through the rallies. All the while, by the way, there are reports of a woman being killed as a result of the strikes. So this idea that the regime in Iran has in any shape or form been weakened, at least publicly, is not being projected by officials in the country. And for them, they want to win the narrative that we're in charge and we're moving fast and full force at the time that the United States equally wants to win this narrative on their own and on their terms, that we are leading in this war. And I think in the middle of it, Sam, as we've been talking, are ordinary people caught, whether it's Lebanon, Israel, the entire region, but also Iran, a country where people are now behind this internet blackout. But we managed to, as you know, get through to a doctor in Tehran, Dr. Behzad, that captured just what has been happening the past few days as far as the strikes and drones. Let's take a listen.
We heard huge explosions and blasts close to north of Tehran, and afterwards there has been no further attacks which I'm aware of. Just 2 nights ago, I was hearing the voice of drones flying over our houses and our residences. Apart from these, I can tell you that there are not too many people on the streets, as we have been instructed not to leave our homes because it is risky and there might be explosions on the streets.
Gives us a sense of what it's like for people living there. Wind back in time before all this kicked off 13 days ago. If you remember, they were engaged with the Americans in nuclear talks. That was seen as one of the key motivations at the time that was being put forward for why the US would have gone in for these attacks. What do we hear? We heard from Pete Hegseth, didn't we? He updated on these efforts to degrade the nuclear capabilities in Iran.
Absolutely. And by the way, just to add to the conversations that we've been having pertaining to Secretary of War Hegseth, two former U.S. Secretaries of State, Anthony Blinken and John Kerry, who was involved in the nuclear negotiations today, said the United States has in ways underestimated the IRGC and the Iranian regime. And that takes us to this question of the country's nuclear program. The past few days, we have heard the IDF saying that they've hit some nuclear sites, including Isfahan, but not much on that. There were also reports, Sam, coming out of Washington, where Secretary Rubio was throwing this idea that just maybe the United States might engage in some form of special ops, going in and taking that highly enriched uranium stockpile. But again, no more on that at a time that we can just imagine how risky that might be. IAEA also commented on that possibility. And there are also reports coming in that this enriched uranium stockpile might be now hidden under, in a mountainside somewhere in Iran. So the bottom line is there's a whole lot of unknown when it comes to the current state of Iran's nuclear program facility and so the stockpile.
OK. All right. Tara, thank you very much for a comprehensive update about the situation inside Iran. Now, the Chancellor and the Energy Secretary are going to meet with members of the Petrol Retailers Association in an hour's time. That is just to discuss how to keep prices fair at the pumps. The association briefly pulled out of the planned meeting this afternoon before then changing its mind and agreeing to go ahead with those talks. Well, our political correspondent, Rob Powell, joins us now. Rob, the flip-flopping on this suggests that relations are somewhat strained.
Yeah, U-turn by the petrol retailers, you could say, Sam. I think it hasn't been entirely the smoothest run-in to this meeting. The government have clearly wanted to put out a political message, probably more to voters, to be honest, than petrol retailers, that they won't tolerate any price gouging, any ripping off. Essentially, what they are worried about happening is forecourt prices, the amount that you pay to fill up your car, going up faster than they should be. I don't think anyone doubts that the price will go up. That's inevitable because of what's happening in Iran and the impact that's having on the oil price. But I think the worry from the government is that some retailers may use it as an opportunity, see it as an opportunity to whack prices up even more than they should be, looking at where the wholesale price is. That's why you've had comments from various ministers in the last 3 or 4 days sort of making the point that they won't tolerate this. Rachel Reeves wrote to the Competition and Markets Authority earlier this week, and in it she said, it's vital that we ensure that customers, particularly consumers and small businesses, are not hit by undue increases in prices at this challenging time. I'm confident that the Competition and Markets Authority will not hesitate to use any powers at its disposal to act strongly against any unacceptable conduct, such as profiteering or exploitation of the situation. I'll not tolerate any company exploiting the current crisis to make excess profits at customers' expense. Now, I think it's comments like that that haven't gone down too well with some of the bodies representing petrol retailers. The Petrol Retailers Association, which is at this meeting that's due to begin fairly shortly in Downing Street, issued a statement a couple of hours ago basically saying that they were pulling out of the meeting, that they wouldn't be going, accused the government and ministers of putting out inflammatory language, and said that some of that language may have led to petrol station staff being abused by members of the public. They also indicated that they had concerns about some of the media access to that meeting. It's quite usual in roundtable meetings like that for there to be some pictures, moving footage taken by the press at the top of the meeting. What's not usual is that they stay for the whole meeting. I don't think that was ever part of the plan. Now they've got some assurances from the government, from the Treasury, about the terms of that meeting, and they have said that they will go. So that meeting will go on as planned. You wonder whether the government will be sort of mindful of what language it uses. The sort of suggestion from the Prime Minister and other ministers was that this meeting was really an opportunity to read them the Riot Act and tell petrol retailers to basically not pop their prices up too much and give them a dressing down. I wonder whether they will be moderating their language a little more now. As I say, I don't think anyone disputes that petrol prices will be going up. We've got a graph that shows what that is doing on unleaded prices going up by about 6 to 7 pence per litre. Diesel is even slightly more than that. So at the moment, not absolutely huge sizable rises, but clearly that could increase further depending on what happens in the Middle East and depending on what happens with oil supplies. As I say, the government very mindful that maybe some businesses might see this as an opportunity to whack prices up even more. Clearly, they want to sort of stamp down on that and send a message out that they're cracking down on it. But maybe this episode this afternoon proves that you kind of have to work with people as well.
OK, Rob, thank you very much. Well, how expensive are those petrol prices? In the past hour, I spoke to Fraser Maud, who was at a forecourt in Harrogate.
It's hard to find cheap petrol anywhere, and therefore, as you'd expect, it's pretty hard to find happy motorists either. Just in this area around Harrogate, I've seen prices today ranging from $1.38, $1.39 for a litre of unleaded up to $1.49 for a litre of unleaded. But many people in other parts of the country might be saying, well, they're lucky, that's pretty cheap. We've heard reports of prices being as high as £1.80 a litre in some parts of the country. All of this, people think, is part of what's known as rocket and feather pricing, where as soon as there is a problem with the market, it's a very volatile oil market at the moment, the prices shoot up like a rocket, but then when the prices come down, they come down very slowly. I think people think that there is perhaps some profiteering going on. That's some of the language that the government have been using that's upset the petrol retailers, but people aren't sure whether it's happening at the forecourt or from the companies that are supplying the fuel in the first instance. So talking to motorists today, clearly none of them are particularly happy. This is what a few of them have said to me.
Bound to happen, isn't it, with the way the world is? It's I think it's all theatre.
How much is it affecting you?
Oh, it's massively. It's silly.
It's a nightmare for me. I'm a self-employed cleaner, so top up £5 when I can. Keeps me going. But yeah, I can never fill up anymore. It's too expensive, so...
Really, that bad?
Yeah, for me, yeah. But
do you think there's a bit of profiteering going on?
Definitely the new one up the road. It's about 20p more, so yeah.
And what about the government? Could they be doing more, keep the prices down?
Of course they could.
Well, it's just a bit of a nightmare, really. And it's just the fuel prices going up and down all the time. And now they're just rising because of what's going on. It's just, well, everything's... Driving that van as well, it costs a fortune.
Well, like many of us in recent days, I've seen long queues at some of the petrol forecourts where there have been lower prices, some of them running out of fuel altogether, even though that might only be temporarily. It's not quite panic buying, but motorists are clearly looking to shop around. A couple of the motorists I spoke to here in Harrogate at one petrol station simply had done a drive-through saying, no, I'm not going to fill up here. I'm going to try and find somewhere cheaper. I've heard that it's 5p a litre or 10p a litre cheaper elsewhere, and that's where I'm going to take my business. So people clearly are feeling the pinch. They clearly are trying to shop smart when it comes to buying fuel. Not always an option for everyone, particularly out in more remote areas perhaps, but it's something that people are very aware of and something that people are clearly unhappy about and would like to see the government do more to keep those prices down.
Fraser Maud for us there. You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, the first photo that shows Jeffrey Epstein with both Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor and Lord Mandelson is uncovered. Well, let's look at some other news now. We can get more now from our interview with the US Treasury Secretary. Scott Bessent told Will Frost that the US Navy will be escorting oil tankers through the Straits of Hormuz. Iran's new supreme leader has said that he plans to use the effective closure of the vital shipping lane as leverage against the US and Israel. Let's have a listen to some of that interview.
Are you starting to think, if this does keep persisting as it is, that the Navy has to go into the Strait of Hormuz to help ships get through, which would have a big effect on...
Well, look, that was always in our planning, that there's the chance that U.S. Navy or perhaps an international coalition will be escorting oil tankers through. There are, in fact, tankers coming through now. Iranian tankers, I believe some Chinese flag tankers have come through. So we know that they have not mined the straits.
And was that what you were just discussing in the Situation Room?
We were discussing a plethora of things.
And is it your belief that the volume of ships going through the Strait of Hormuz will be improving immediately from now?
It is my belief that as soon as it is militarily possible, the U.S. Navy, and perhaps with an international coalition, will be escorting vessels through.
And that came up just now in the Situation Room?
Your words, not mine. But again...
Are we days away from that?
We've been planning for this. We've done scenario analysis for months, for weeks, leading into this. So,
but it's a prospect in the coming days, then.
It is a prospect as soon as we have complete control of the skies and are degrading their. They have no air force. The Navy is sunk, literally and figuratively, and the munitions factories, the rebuilding capabilities for the missiles, completely degraded. So as soon as it is possible for to ensure safe passage, we will do it.
Let's turn our attention to Lebanon now. Israel has expanded its offensive against the Iranian-backed Hezbollah, with strikes hitting the capital, Beirut, overnight. An update for you on that. We understand that the death toll from the Israeli attacks on Lebanon since the 2nd of March has now risen to 773. Well, joining me from Beirut is Dr. Tanya Baban, Med Global's Lebanon Country Director. Dr. Baban, thank you for taking time out to speak to us here on Sky News to just give us a sense of what it's like for civilians living in Lebanon. I understand more than an eighth of the country is currently under an order to evacuate.
Thank you, Samantha. I mean, what we're witnessing in Lebanon right now is an extremely rapid humanitarian escalation. In just over a week, like you said, an estimated number of 1 million people have been forced to flee their homes, making this yet again one of the largest internal displacement crises Lebanon is experiencing. Nearly 600 shelters around the country have been opened but are at almost full capacity. Many families are still on the streets or trying to stay with either friends or families. And this is happening in a country that's already facing economic collapse since 2019, meaning that both the government and the humanitarian system were already under tremendous strain before this crisis even began. As Med Global, you know, we support the health sector, so we are quite in tune to what's happening in the healthcare system. Hospitals now are treating large numbers of trauma patients, as you mentioned, more than 700 killed, and 2,000 injuries, while at the same time trying to maintain essential services for the, 1 million displaced people. Some health facilities we know have been damaged. Almost 6 hospitals have been forced to shut down. Some 57 clinics have been also deemed inoperable. So The humanitarian response is mobilizing as quickly as possible, but the needs are growing almost by the hour. The scale of this displacement is overwhelming, and the local capacity is unable to respond. This comes, again, as a reminder, after years of global humanitarian funding cuts, meaning that many organizations, including us, already entered this crisis with an already limited amount of resources.
Yes.
So what we're doing right now as Red Global is that we're really trying to coordinate very closely with the stakeholders. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say 20% apparently of those fatalities, 770 odd fatalities have been children.
Children, absolutely. 103 as of today out of the 700 are children. This is and some of the children who are alive or injured have had to displace multiple times now because of the massive areas that have been asked to evacuate.
And it sounds like an obvious question, but presumably in these times when people are being evacuated, there's no school, is there, for children?
No, you mean as in educational schools? So what the Ministry of Education has had to do is that they've had to switch the public schools into shelter areas. And those are still at full capacity, not enough to house the displaced population. They've even been trying to refurbish the football stadium to try to house as many families as they can.
And Dr. Baban, also concerns, I know that you're not speaking to us about the political situation, but you'll be aware of it, growing discontent about Hezbollah in the country, even from traditional supporters of the group, and concerns, therefore, potentially of a civil war erupting inside Lebanon on top of everything that's already happening.
I mean, as I mentioned, this is not an isolated scenario. This comes after years of multiple back-to-back confounding factors that have affected the economy, that have affected the country, in a country that has already been through a 30-year civil war. Obviously, the tensions are high. People are scared. People are tired. So there is a bit of community tensions, but still, we see a lot of communities coming together, welcoming the displaced people, trying to help each other. And this is what we call for as humanitarian organizations. We call for unity, we call for neutrality, trying to help every person we possibly can under the circumstances. The reality is that the needs are far greater than the current resources, but we're doing everything we can to help everyone.
Dr. Baban, thank you so much for taking the time out from your efforts there on the ground to talk to us here on Sky News.
Thank you.
Now, Donald Trump has said that Iran is welcome at the 2026 World Cup, but that it's not appropriate for them to be there for their own life and safety. Now, those comments come 2 days after FIFA's president, Gianni Infantino, said that he had received assurances from Trump that Iran would be welcome at the tournament, which the United States is going to be co-hosting with Mexico and Canada. I'm joined now in the studio by our sports correspondent, Rob Harris. Rob, we were talking earlier about the incredible mixed messaging here. Like, what's going on? What's your read?
Well, that's so often with Donald Trump, is it the last person in his ear that dictates what he says? Because last night we were hearing from him a post on Truth Social saying that all players will be treated like stars. It'll be the greatest and safest sporting event. Just hours earlier, he posted saying that he doesn't believe it's appropriate for Iran to come to this World Cup because of issues with their life and safety, despite saying that, yes, maybe they would be welcome. But it's created all sorts of confusion. Earlier in the week, the Iranian FA and the sports minister of the country saying they didn't want to come because of the ongoing war with the US and Israel. And yet then we heard from the team last night. The Iranian team due to come to their fourth consecutive World Cup, talking about how they qualified. And they say that no one can remove the Iranian national team from the World Cup, and talked about rather the country that should be removed is the one that merely carries the title of host that does not have the ability to ensure security for the teams participating in this event. So it is a very unusual situation. A World Cup host saying it can't guarantee the safety of one of the participating nations. A World Cup host also involved in bombing one of the participating countries months before the tournament.
Yeah, and not clear whether the Iranians will actually want to go and attend that tournament. I mean, the ramifications of this war are huge, aren't they? And we're just talking about one aspect of some sporting sort of perspective here, but there are other sporting events that are also being affected as well.
Yes, above all, obviously, it is those who are suffering in the war. As for the sporting consequence, a lot of sport goes on in the Gulf, and particularly Formula One. So currently F1 is in Shanghai, right at the start of the season. But coming up in April are races in Bahrain and Saudi Arabia. And as things stand now, if those races were to be held this weekend, they clearly could not be. So F1 is awaiting on a decision confirming that they won't be able to take place. Saudi Arabia and Bahrain both subject to those retaliatory strikes from Iran, the drones as well that are attacking those countries, making it clearly unsafe as things stand to hold those races there. What it would mean is a 5-week gap in the calendar if those races could not be held between the Japan Grand Prix on March the 29th and the Miami race on May the 3rd. So it would disrupt the season. It's not unprecedented. In 2011, F1 had to call off the Bahrain Grand Prix then because of the unrest during the Arab Spring.
Yeah, indeed. OK. Thank you very much indeed, Rob.